dear participant, good morning and welcome to ChemSkills conference, public conference at the University in Novi Sad. We are excited to host this significant event supported by the Erasmus Cooperation Initiative co-founded by the European Commission. Today, we'll focus on addressing the chemical industry skills shortage and exploring the importance of green and digital skills. Why today matters? Let's say why today matters. Well, because of the information discussions, gain insights from leading experts about the latest trends and innovation in the chemical industry. It is very important. And etc. Networking opportunities, connect with professionals from 33 European organizations, opening doors to potential collaboration and new projects. Of course, we will gain some innovation solutions, discover new training materials developed to bridge skills gap and support our professional growth. Of course, policy recommendations are very important. Your contribution will help shape future policies for skills development in the industry. This conference is free and accessible online, reflecting our commitment to inclusive participation. Let's make the most of today. Enjoy the conference, and together, let's drive the green and digital transformation forward. Thank you for being here. It is my honor to call Eleonora Isapo to continue our conference. Eleonora, floor is yours. You need us? No.
Thank you so much, Branka, for the kind words. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, project partners, external stakeholders. I'm Eleonora Isapo. I'm Senior Policy Advisor at the European Chemical Employers Group. And it's now my pleasure to welcome you in this beautiful city and this prestigious University of Novi Sad on behalf of the project coordinators, the European Chemical Employers Group, and on behalf of its Director General, Emma Gutian, who unfortunately could not join us today, so she sends her sincere apologies for this. As we gather here today, the ChemSkills project turns 1 year old. So 1 year ago, many of us met for the first time in person at the kickoff event. And for the first time, we learned the set of milestones and deliverables to be achieved in this 4 years journey. And in just 1 year, we have achieved significant successes already. We have established regular meetings to ensure smooth communication and collaboration among project partners. We have launched, thanks to the communication team, an official website, but also newsletters, promotion materials such as banners, leaflets, posters, to spread actually awareness of project results. And we have also launched the first survey on the skills needs in order to gather data on relevant sectoral and subsectoral skills needs. These accomplishments set a strong foundation already, but the relevance of the ChemSkills project goes beyond these initial successes, and Branka mentioned a few of them. Indeed, our industry are facing transformational challenges driven by green, digital, and chemical transitions, but one of the most pressing concerns is actually the skills gap in Europe. As highlighted in the European Industrial Deal signed in Antwerp some months ago, achieving climate neutrality by 2050 requires not only innovative technologies and infrastructure, but actually it requires also workers equipped with the right skills. Targeted program will be necessary to make this available quickly by involving all the relevant stakeholders and partners, and these include addressing the shortage of STEM graduates, gender disparities, and low participation in adult learning. Projects like the ChemSkills are therefore essential to addressing all these challenges, And by fostering collaboration between industry, education providers, social partners, we are creating a more responsive EU skills agenda. Together, we can ensure that both our industry and our workforce are actually prepared for the demands of tomorrow, especially in terms of competitiveness and green and digital transition, as it was recently highlighted by Draghi in its report on the European competitiveness. Now, let me conclude by thanking the University of Novi Sad for hosting us in this beautiful city and for the warm welcome of today. A special thanks also to all the project partners who daily collaborate for achieving all these good results. Then a special thanks goes to Annie and Chiara because of their dedication and their leadership. Without you, we would be lost, and I think that many of you in this room agree with me. So thank you so much, and I look forward to see the results of the next 2 days. Thank you. I now leave the floor to Annie for the moderation of today. Thank you.
As mentioned, my name is Anni Siltanen. I am the project manager of the ChemSkills project and the moderator of this seminar this morning. I am very, very happy to be here and see you all in the audience, and also to have learned that there are lots of people online participating in this seminar. So let's remember our online audience as well. Like I mentioned yesterday when we opened the 3-day conference here, I am really glad that we here in Novi Sad now make a strong connection to the local business world. So we will have a lot of representatives from the local industry. And to this, I would like to thank Branka from the University of Novi Sad to make this connection with the local businesses and industries here. I think this is vital for the project today and also in the future. Now it is my task to give you a short introduction to the project, why we exist and where we stand at the moment. And I will try to be quite brief. This is visible also online now? I trust so, thank you. So as Eleonora and also Branka mentioned, we wanted to start the ChemSkills project in order to tackle the bottlenecks for the industry in order to find and enable green and digital skills in the transformation of the chemical industry. This is why we initially started. This is why we also wanted to have such a big consortium of people and organizations so that we have everybody involved from the Brussels scene and from the European scene in the same project, rather than having different projects competing against each other. And so far, I think this has been a very good solution. We have been able to be a strong and large consortium tackling these issues together. And why this is important? For this slide, the credits go to CEFIC, and I know the CEFIC colleagues here might find this familiar. This is now to show why the ChemSkills project and why the chemical industry is so important. We provide 1.2 million direct jobs, many more indirect jobs. We support 19 million across the value chain, which is a huge amount of people in Europe. We are the 4th largest manufacturing industry for sales in Europe, and we invest 9.9 billion in R&D in 21. The numbers are similar today. So this is to showcase why the chemical industry is such an important industry domain within Europe, and why we really need to take the skills needs seriously. This is the essence of the project. If we want to be successful with the green and digital transition, we cannot be successful if we lack the people with the right skills. We all know in Europe that the level of STEM skills is unfortunately declining. Me, coming from Finland, I know it in a very bitter way. Here, yes, sorry. And thank you for notifying this. I have the tendency of walking around. So for me, coming from Finland, I really notice in a bit of way. Our STEM skills, the level of STEM skills in Finland are declining in a very steep and fast way at the moment. I think the situation might be the worst in Europe. Very much unfortunately, it is in every single European country the case that we actually lack people with the right quality of STEM skills. This is the backbone of the whole project, and this is something that needs to be started early. We need to invest money in the little kids starting school, already being equipped with enough STEM skills from the beginning, and then build the base through the secondary education to academia in order to then actually get to the level of STEM skills that the industry needs. For this project, we have concentrated both to secondary skills and academic skills as well as lifelong learning. And as what comes to the secondary level skills, we also have included vocational education and training, since this is something that is very, very vital for the chemical industry in Europe. Even though we face automatization, we face digitalization, we will still need people equipped with proper vocational education and training. And to the vocational education and training in the chemical sector, STEM skills are something very essential as well. We will, in this project, build bridges between the European industry and the educational sector. We will try to find those bottlenecks that exist right now in the curricula, in the educational sector, and the industry needs. And we will try to find ways to tackle those. And then we will obviously identify bottlenecks in the educational path towards the industry. Cooperation is key. I think I cannot enhance enough how important the direct cooperation between the industry and the educational world is. And this is something that I'm very proud of in this project. We have managed to include both representatives from the industry sector and representatives from the educational sector directly into this project. As already mentioned, we have 3 key components we want to tackle. We want to contribute to the EU digital agenda, to the EU Green Deal, and to the chemical strategy for sustainability. This is something that Eleonora mentioned in her speech and which is political, very topical right now. This is a great pleasure, I think, and a joy for all of us, that now even on the political level in Brussels, skills is a topic that keeps persisting on the agenda. And I think this is something that we really need to take seriously and also link this project directly to the political agendas. Digital agenda, Green Deal, and chemical strategy for sustainability. We want to tackle digital skills, green skills, and chemical skills, which then become sustainable skills in the chemical sector. Scope I already mentioned. So green, digital, and skills to produce safe and sustainable chemicals by design. We have a large consortium, as already mentioned. We want to perceive the chemical sector as a big umbrella under which we operate under several topics here. So we cover consumer chemicals, petrochemicals, pharmaceuticals, plastic fertilizers, and rubber. This all for us means chemical industry. And we want to tackle secondary education, academia, lifelong learning. We officially started a year ago, 1st September 24, and we are now into our first year, so 3 more years to go. I mentioned the structure. So the ECEG, which I am representing here today, and also another organization, primarily now ECEG, talking here, which is in this project Chiara, myself and Eleonora. Here today, we are the umbrella for the whole structure. Then we have different work packages, which are all also represented here. And we really try to cover all the sectors of chemical industry in the way that we then also can tackle the skills gap in all these sectors within the chemical industry. And this picture, I think, quite properly shows how large this project is, and at the same time then how important. This is Europe for us. This is the countries that we cover. The green countries, obviously ChemSkills countries. The black countries, not so much ChemSkills countries. But we will also hopefully cooperate with a lot of those countries that right now show black, because we think that it's important to disseminate also to institutions and to to nations and to organizations that are not directly involved. This is why we also have this public conference this morning. We want to make people knowledgeable about ChemSkills who might not be knowledgeable about ChemSkills yet, because the skills issue is definitely something that belongs to whole Europe. It's not only the green countries, but it's a European issue for the whole Europe. Here you can also see a list of all the organizations involved. I am not going to read all of them aloud since they are 33, but as you can see, it's an impressive coverage of different kinds of organizations. And I would like to please encourage you all to make an even stronger link to organizations, businesses, industries, people who might not know about ChemSkills yet. Please follow us on social media. Please use your social media in order to put this message forward, disseminate further, and speak positively about us. So here's a QR code. You can use it right now, and then also send some positive messages out from the conference today. Now I would like to thank you all for coming to Novi Sad this morning or joining online, and let's have a very productive and interesting day together. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for inviting us, Eleonora, Annie, and Branka. Very happy to be here to share with you our findings. We are a research team that, together with Federchimica, the Italian Association of Chemical Companies, conducted a survey on the Italian chemical sectors, collecting exactly data on the skill needs in terms of green and digital transition for chemical companies. So we are very happy to be involved in this project and to share with you our project and our ideas about what is happening in Italy. Just to give a quick introduction to the topic, to in some way present the context where we are in. Of course, you not need to have explanation about digital and green transition. You are all experts in the field. Just to make sure what the twin transition means in terms of human capital, because together with, let's say, innovation in terms of technologies and adopting new initiatives for sustainability, the main point here, and the ChemSkills project testifies for this, is that all these changes impact strongly on the human capital that the companies need. And specifically what we refer to is about technical human capital or specific human capital related to the innovation and to the new technology and initiatives, but also more generic human capital related to transversal competencies and skills that companies and employees clearly needs nowadays. Our focus will be mainly on the technical side. So in our survey, we did not investigate about the so-called soft skills. We have thousands of reports highlighting how important are soft skills. Our objective was strictly to focus on technical competencies required by the twin transition. This is a very important topic, of course, especially because what we are facing now, we as company, as system, as countries, is an innovation path which is strongly different from the previous changes we assisted to during the 80s or the 90s, Changes are pervasive in the society and in the economy. They are really that. They require in some way change of paradigms for competitiveness for companies, and they affect all the economic fabric of the country. So on one side, we have a really pervasive change within companies, but these affect all the companies everywhere, in every sector, of course, not just the chemical sector we are discussing today. And moreover, the pace of change is really, really fast. So that's why companies, researchers and observers are trying to, let's say, figure out what is really happening and what are the needs for the society and for companies to face, to properly face and win in some way the challenge of the twin transition. Changes affect organizations, of course. They require changing the structure to innovate the internal structures, reducing and adopting new organizational designs for facing the challenges. But our main focus and maybe mostly important, they require people to change. And with people, we mean not only employees, the end user in some way, but also management and top-level managers required to change their mind to design new business idea, new blueprint for improving competitiveness of the company. And at the end, they may also lead to new business models that combine technologies and green sustainability into an effective strategy for market competitiveness. The debate, just to give a picture of the broader debates, let's say less technical and more in some way academic, but also involving practitioners and experts in the field. Of course, we are really convinced about the need to reskill or upskill employees for being more productive and effective in their job. But we also know that there are other, let's say, other thinking saying that in some way, especially the digital transition can lead to actually a de-skilling of employees with a kind of substitution between technology and work. On the other side, other observers say, okay, there will be some jobs that will increase the level of skills and other jobs that will reduce. So actually what we observe is a polarization between top skill, high skilled jobs and low skilled jobs with the let's say, intermediary jobs that are disappearing in some way from the markets. What is clear at the end in the chemical sector, of course, from our perception and our analysis is that I'm not sure personally about whether this is an upskill of the employees, but for sure what is required is a reskilling of the employees. Skills need to be changed in some way. And the data in some way confirm this path. Of course, there are some core skills that persist over years and probably will never change because they are typical of the sector and of the industry. But there are other skills that relate to exactly to what we are discussing today, to the digital innovation and green transition that need to be changed year by year. So that if you see this graph, these are data from the the World Economic Forum, sorry. From 2016 to 2023, the share of competencies that remain stable over time is significantly reduced. This means that going ahead in the coming years, there will be a share of competencies that remain stable over time, which will decrease year by year and will increase the share of competencies that need to be re-skilled, changed, retrained day by day. This is why the European Commission itself put a lot of emphasis on the continuous learning, lifelong learning, and all these kind of policies and advice is exactly for this reason. Skills are changing, basically. We can skip this. Another interesting part is the one of kind of new hires, which are the new jobs. And this graph is also from the World Economic Forum, and is interesting because it shows that the rate of green jobs, new hires, is significantly higher than standard jobs hiring. So basically companies are hiring for green jobs, green position, at a much higher pace compared to standard new hires. Of course, this is a relative indicator, so it depends on the starting point, but basically the blue light is the standard job, and the blue strong is the green jobs. You see that the path is much higher for the green jobs. Okay, having said this, we can now move to the Italian data, which is the most original part of our speech. Together with me, as Annie said, there is Andrea Beretta, who is part of the research team of the University of Milan, and we jointly, with also Veronica and other colleagues from Federchimica, performed this survey. As I anticipated, our main objective with this survey was to understand what is happening in terms of green and digital transition. From one side, having knowledge, having awareness about the level of adoption of the new technologies by chemical companies, and similarly ecological initiatives by companies. And on the other side, the adoption of these technologies and sustainability initiatives, which impact they have on the skills that the company needs, new skills that the company needs. The decision of the working group was to focus mainly on 4 functional areas. So we focused on sales and marketing, production, technical services, and HSE. And we included in the data both chemical and pharmaceutical companies. This is just the part of the research. Was a quite demanding project, especially in the first part of building the questionnaire for the final administration to companies. We built in some way a working group composed of researchers, Federchimica, and around 20 companies that periodically met to define the survey, the objectives, the relevant topics. We performed a pilot study, then we tested the questionnaire with some specific companies that were available, and at the end we were able to administer the survey to the companies. We ended the data collection on April this year, and we are just ready to present publicly our findings. There will be a conference on the 4th of October in Milan for sharing something very similar to what we are doing today with a larger audience, our findings, so that also policymakers can take our findings for deciding what to do in the future. Overall, the data that Andrea will present you in few minutes refer to 61 companies. The number is not so high, not so low, but I can assure you that for the kind of questionnaire that we prepared, 61 replies, full replies, it's a lot, because the questionnaire, just to give you an idea, was 35 pages, very detailed, and you will see the kind of data that we collected. Around 2/3 are chemicals company, and 1/3 pharmaceutical, and around 70% large companies, more than 250 employees, and 28% is for small companies. As you know, chemical sector, especially in Italy, is characterized by large companies. And so now I leave the floor to Andrea for the specific findings.
Thank you, Eduardo. Good morning, everybody. I will try to be quick, not losing relevant information. So, digital transition, what we found? We listed around 10 technologies and group of technologies, and we found that there are some, and we asked the companies to indicate us if there are already implementing or they have implemented them or are interested in implementing this kind of technologies in the near future. What we discovered that we can group in 4 clusters the technologies that you find here. There is a first group, technologies that are quite common, consolidated, so they are implemented but still interested. Still interesting for the companies, so companies are still interested in this. We are talking about data protection, digital communication system, monitoring, software for monitoring and maintenance, industrial automation and robotics. Quite common, but there's still a big interest from the companies. Another cluster is related to the e-business platform, so e-commerce, business to business, business to consumer. This kind of technology it's quite common, is consolidated, it is less interesting for the companies that participated. Then we have a group of technologies that are under the spotlight. We call it emerging. Less common, with a high level of interest from the companies, and we are talking about data analytics related to market, production, risk and safety, Internet of Things, smart manufacturing, and machine learning. So a lot of companies declare to be very interested in implementing them. And the last couple of technologies, so we're talking about drones for maintenance and augmented reality, that are interesting, but only for a few companies that can apply this kind of technologies. Then we asked the people and HR manager, and not only HR, because it's important to say that participated to this survey under the guide of the HR department, all the people, all the managers coming from the 4 functional areas that Eduardo told before. We asked to indicate the impact, the training impact on the skills of workers, so end users of the technology, telling us if they are thinking about more than 24 hours, so high impact, a moderate impact between 8 and 24 hours, and a low impact up to 8 hours per capita. What we see that there's a predominance of moderate impact for the technologies, but you can find the ranking here. The technology that needs more training is the machine learning. So 45% of companies said us that they need more than 24 hours per capita to train end users of the technologies, and so on. Then we asked which initiative the companies use to manage digital skills needs. And we discovered that 61% of companies already created internal courses, so internal classes about digital transition. 36% on the second part, 36% have in place a partnership with university or other research centers, and 40% of the companies are interested, they haven't got, but are interested in putting in place. And 11% have already present on a partnership with EACEA Academy, so it's a technical college, alternative to university, couple 2 years length for technical skills. Then we asked to indicate if there are needs for new roles with specific skills dedicated to digital transition, and we discovered that 48% of companies have already implemented the role dedicated to digital transition. The 21% are interested in doing in a short period. The 31% of the companies doesn't have a need for new roles. And the new roles reported by companies mainly refer to the following areas. Roles with technical scientific skills in the field of production processes, for example, automation and robotics engineers. Roles with technical scientific skills in the field of data processing, production data analyst, business analytics manager, for example. Roles with skills in change management and digital transition, for example, innovation leader and digital business partner. Going to the ecological transition, we asked more or less the same structure of the questionnaire, but we listed 8 ecological initiatives, asking the companies to indicate if they have already implemented or they are analyzing, or these initiatives are not applicable for the company, or they don't want to study these initiatives. And we discovered that there are a small set of companies, a small part of companies that are still analyzing if implementing or not these initiatives. So most of the initiatives are implemented by more than half of the companies, and in some way the other companies doesn't want to implement, or they say that these initiatives are not applicable in their context. So you can find all the list of the initiatives for the green transition. We asked also the impact on company competencies and organizational model of each of these initiatives. And what we found that with an high impact, so initiatives that requires new roles and skill dedicated to the initiatives, we found the first place the chemical and mechanical recycling as initiative, that in the 24% of the companies requires new roles. But for all the initiatives, what we see here is that we are talking about, mainly we're talking about training intervention or informational intervention. So initiatives, green initiatives, are driving more for training than for new roles and new jobs. Even if we will see later, there are some companies that have already implemented new roles for this specific transition. Here it's interesting, highlight the fact that a lot of companies, 68%, have already implemented internal training and cultural awareness courses to manage green skills need, and less than 30% of them have in place partnership with university and other research centers. Also, the partnership with EACEA Academy is a small part of the companies that have in place this, only 7%, but there is a high interest in doing it. Almost half of the companies are interested in setting partnership with EACEA Academy. As I told you before, 51% of companies have already implemented dedicated roles to the green transition. The 18% they told us that they think it is necessary to do it, and 32% are telling us that there is no need for new roles, and the emerging roles reported mainly refer to the areas of technical scientific skills in product field, life cycle assessment specialist, product recycling and reuse specialist, and also role with management skills, for example, carbon neutrality manager and sustainability manager. Lastly, I would like to spend a couple of minutes on the most needed digital and green skills and level required by functional area. We analyzed 4 functional areas and 27 job positions analyzed. For each of these job positions, we asked the company to indicate within a panel, within a list of skills, to indicate the level required of the skills, so if the skills are needed and what kind of level they see. Here you find the analyzed skills, so having a quick look. From the digital side, we are talking about data analytics. For each of these skills, we gave a description for each skill. Data analytics, Internet of Things, smart manufacturing, machine learning, external digital communication, internal digital communication, augmented reality, e-business platform, industrial automation skills, monitoring and maintenance software, big data for risk prevention, and cybersecurity. From the green side, environmental impact assessment, renewable energies, eco-design techniques, process optimization techniques, sustainable procurement, waste management, regulatory knowledge, communication techniques for eco-transition and sustainable marketing. So 27 job positions, all these skills. We ask, at what level do you need the skill for the position? The level going from basic, level 1, simple problem solving, level 2, complex problem solving, level 3, leading and innovate, level 4. What we found for the sales and marketing functional area, okay, these are average, obviously, not all the single jobs in the place. We found that the first most needed digital skill is data analytics, then external digital communication, internal digital communication. The level required for data analytics within the sales and marketing area is somewhere around between, let's say, simple problem solving and complex problem solving. Going to the green side, at the first place, the sustainable marketing, then communication techniques for eco-transition, etc., etc. And we have also available the single job position profile, okay, for each of the 27. Going to the production, again, at first place, data analytics. On the digital side, the first place in the green side, waste management. Technical services, again, data analytics, and from the green side, the renewable energies. Then you will have a look with this in the documentation. Again, data analytics, that is the skill, the queen of the skills, in the digital side. Again, for health, safety, environment, and environmental impact assessment for the green skills. Okay, we
also included some information for education, and this is mainly Veronica competences. If we have time.
Some changes in the agenda, so if you're brief, yes.
Okay, so Veronica.
Thank you very much. I'm Veronica Cremonesi. I'm Education and Training Director in Federchimica. Federchimica is the Italian Federation of the Chemical Industry, and together with the University of Milan, we conducted this important survey that is the basis for us for the new bargaining of the chemical sector that next year will start its discussion in Italy. And which are the implications for education and training of this survey and of all this activity? We consider competitiveness as a strategic, and skills are strategic for companies to be competitive, as we saw, to be competitive in the global market, but also for workers, because young people, but also not only young people, needs to be competitive in the labor market. And despite all the training activities that we have seen promoted by the chemical companies, this significant skill mismatch is persisting, and it is necessary for education providers to improve, as we saw, as Annie said at the beginning of this meeting, to improve the attractiveness of all levels of STEM education from primary school to university. And it is important to update, as we saw in this huge need example for data analysis, to update existing school programs and to make known the professional opportunities that this educational path can produce. These are proposals that in Federchimica made for actions on skills. And first of all, we promote teacher training from primary and secondary school. This is an example of what we do. To correctly frame the role of chemistry and STEM for innovation and sustainability, we facilitate a structured relationship within company and schools. My role is to facilitate this communication and to co-design teaching with the local industrial specialization. One example is in the Emilia-Romagna ceramic district. We contribute to the program of the high school, and we contributed to the program of the postgraduate master, but also we contributed with the EACEA, the technical institutes, as we saw before, in the program, in the co-organization of programs. And also in university courses in chemical matters, we introduce modules about regulatory and technological and industrial aspects. So that's what we try to do every day to answer to these skill gaps. And one example is very new, brand new. We have promoted an online training course for a secondary school teacher, and it consists in 6 lessons. This is the first step. It is about agrochemicals, food ingredients, biotechnology, and adhesive pens and inks, and also for about plastics. And it involves communicators, so divulgers, famous communicators in Italy, and just our target is to change our languages, so not be so technical, but to be more communicative with these teachers in order to let them able to transmit this passion for science to their students. And we will present it next month in a festival. It is called the CICAP Festival. CICAP is a research center founded by famous Italian divulgers, that is Piero Angela. I don't know if you know him. And it is a research center, and a lot of professors and divulgers help us to create this program for teachers. So that's an example on how to applicate what this survey gives us in terms of information and in terms of help to go on and to try to attract more young people, first of all, and to reskill and upskill the actual young people who works in our companies. Thank you very much. And thank you to Edoardo and Andrea for the job. If you need to have more information, we are here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been a big fan of this project from the beginning, and I think I'm excited to see what's next, because this is the very impactful example that we have in the network, and I think this is important to follow through this. But now it's my pleasure to welcome the first Serbian representative that we have this morning to give us a further insight on Serbian businesses and how the skills and competence thematics and green transition relates to those. So, excuse me my pronunciation, Daniel Pantic, the founder of Eastern Bridge Consultancy and the Foundation for Liberal Political Practices in Serbia. Welcome.
Here, okay. dobro jutro. Good morning. I'm here. I've been invited here as a voice of Serbian business. I would say as an entrepreneur myself in consultancy business and as a member of executive board of Serbian Association of Employers and the founder of Serbian Association of Managers. It would be great that if we could have in Serbia such a comprehensive research as it was just presented from Italian colleagues. But you know, I don't have this. I'm not anymore in the science and research world. But I would rather try to offer you some context that is pertinent to development of the Serbian private sector. Let's define it. Yeah, I would rather confine it to indigenous companies which have been established in Serbia after 2000 that are authentic private sector. So I would exclude from this large state-owned usual infrastructure complexes and the large foreign direct investments that the companies which are foreign-owned and with the corporate governance coming from abroad. When we do this, we mainly talk about micro and small and medium enterprises, which are often family-owned and which evolved after 90s. According to Serbian Union of Employers, there is 118,000 of entities of such kind that are members. And when we speak about green and digital objectives of Serbian private sector, we need to take into account the wider socio-political context, and that is the fact that Serbia has been a candidate for EU membership for almost 12 years and been negotiating accession for a decade. And it seems that the cluster that is related to competitiveness and economic development may be opened by the end of the year. That would be good news. I'm mentioning this because under the Copenhagen criteria, one of the criteria for the country negotiating accession to EU is that the local economic entities are having potential to sustain the competitive pressures from the wider market as the country is entering EU and becoming part of the single market. Yeah. The preparatory exercise for this is Stabilization Association Agreement, which is for a number of years now symmetrical, meaning that the goods produced in EU can be imported to Serbia without customs, and other way around, Serbian goods can be exported to EU. And of course, EU is the biggest trade and investment partner to Serbia. And then we come to the point where there are two challenges for Serbian private sector at the level of SMEs. One, when we speak, of course, in the context of digital and the green transition. One, of course, is to catch up, become and stay competitive with EU, I would say, counterparts, because most of our companies are one way or another already included in the value chains, which are led by larger Western European businesses. And the other is simply to be capable to comply with regulatory requirements, meaning that the Republic of Serbia as accession country is obliged, and this is happening in practice, to transpose in its legal system acquis communautaire. That's the legal acts which are being enacted in the EU as a standard. and that are regulating this issue, especially when it comes to green transition. And these days, perhaps you have noticed that Mario Draghi has released his report on the competitiveness of European economy, asking for increased spending in the direction of strengthening the competitiveness of European businesses on a global scale. And of course, because we are an accession country, we are a part of it in a way, indirectly, although being on a periphery. There is a significant spillover effect to Serbian businesses. In the early days of transition, of course, because we could say it's only 25 years that we've been developing the indigenous private sector in the country after the chaos of 90s. The technical assistance projects, the training funded by EU, different training programs funded by EBRD and other donors have been significant. But however, I would say from my experience as entrepreneur and experience of my colleagues that there is a tremendous number of Serbian companies that are really struggling with regulatory requirements and struggling to maintain their businesses in a highly competitive environment. Whereas Serbian economy is now completely open to EU and the local economy is exposed to competitive pressure from EU. I'll give you one prosaic example. If you go to a supermarket down the street here in Novi Sad, you will see French Bordeaux for, you can buy it for 6-7 euros. And of course, it's been benefiting from EU budget. And then you will find Serbian quality wine for not less than 12 euros. And this producer in Serbia has very little potential support from the same source. So there is uneven level of support in some of the sectors. However, I would like to point out, and I think the colleagues here who are academics from University of Novi Sad can tell more about that. There are increasing number of success stories where tech companies, startups included, especially in IT area, have forged very, very successful and fruitful partnerships with research institutions, Serbian research institutions, many faculties that are part of University of Novi Sad, Belgrade, Niš, and doing together projects where they would develop new innovative technologies that can be then put in the market and commercialized. There are a number of examples, and I think that's the way to go, to find niches where this can be further developed, especially when it comes to green transition. While I would say that the digital is simply either you do it or you disappear, yeah. So either you innovate or you're not there anymore. However, and I would finish with this, Serbia is late in transition. There was very difficult times that ended 24, 25 years ago, challenging. We started very, very low. We were catching up fast. But still, I would like to say that the European Growth Plan, which is now available for the Western Balkan countries, I would appeal that the greater attention is given by the government here and EU to supporting local indigenous innovative companies. Methodologies exist. It's possible to do it. Funds are there. There are funds available. And this, in my opinion, has to become a priority because these companies are actually the backbone. Like in Italy, it's the same, SMEs. They are the backbone of the economy. These companies are family-owned, most commonly. They are not going anywhere. They want, migrate to another country next day. They will stay here. They employ 2/3 of all employees in the country. They generate most of the tax income. And actually, some part of that tax income, the state is redistributing through subventions mainly to large companies that are mainly foreign-owned. So there are many challenges ahead, and I hope that these challenges will be recognized not only in Belgrade but also in Brussels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pontic, for these insights. And now we do have time for a couple of questions from the audience in case somebody would like to ask either from the Italian colleagues or from the Serbian colleagues. Frederick, please. And please introduce yourself.
Thank you. It was a question in regard to the presentation of Eduardo regarding the slide on the reskilling. There was a slight drop, I thought, in 2020. Had to do with the core skills. And then you had the new skills, and there was a drop, I think, in 2020. Is there a reason for that drop? I mean, I would suspect it was COVID-19, but I just trying to understand what is different in the skill set, in the core skills and the new skills that people need to learn through the coronavirus. I was just curious to see if you have any explanation for that.
Just a second, the microphone.
You mean the data of the World Economic Forum concerning the changing skills? It's about our data or the general data that I presented at the beginning? The general data. So we do not know actually which kind of skills and nor the reasons for that. This one probably you mean? Most likely it depends on the impact of the digital change and transition, which was probably higher in the past years than is today. So probably the strongest impact was around 2020. Now there is still an impact, but it's reduced because companies are getting more and more advanced on the side of technologies. So the most of changes were introduced a few years ago, we can say. Now it's a kind of incremental change, but the disruption in terms of new technologies was probably around that year. It's just my interpretation, it's not for sure, of course. And could you see that exactly 57 is the highest proportion over the 4 time that we have of changing core skills. Now it's in some ways becoming more stable. I don't know if. Thank you.
Thank you. Jakub Stolfa, VSB Technical University of Ostrava. And maybe just to comment to this discussion, and maybe it's a part of this academic discussion, because those skills that were introduced as a change in 2020 might have become core skills in terms of, you know, now some kind of digital skills are becoming core skills at that time. Yeah. So because I was also noting this slide down and see this drop and going it up, but that might be also one of the cases. Yeah. And maybe just the question also from my side. And we have seen digitalization and then green skills and the transformation. And to which extent, and maybe looking at the digitalization, is it chem sector specific, this digitalization impact? Yeah, because we have seen data analytics, we have seen production, and so on. To which extent, if you have this?
I think our data and the results that Andrea presented are highly chem specific. In some way, the chem and pharma, because don't forget that they include also pharma. But for example, within the sample, when we split between chem and pharma, we see big differences between the two. So I can expect that also in other sectors, we can find. I mean, probably the competencies are those in some way. And all the companies are impacted by those competencies, but what's different is the level for the specific job that we are discussing. So maybe they need such kind of skill, but a slowly lower or higher level compared to the chem sectors. That's a question that requires to extend our survey to other sectors.
Thank you for that, yeah, because I'm looking for, on that, of course, from the chemical industry, but also I represent the Automotive Skills Alliance, which is a Pact for Skills collaboration in the automotive sector. And while I was looking at your digitalization results, I was like, yeah, it might be the same for automotive. Yeah, if we are looking from that level of the perspective, then it's of course, as you exactly said, about the implementation of those skills in the exact processes in that sector. But to the certain level, and that's one of the things that we can collaborate on, to the certain level, it's really cross-sector. And that's something that to the certain level we need to collaborate on. And especially, and now getting to also basically the contribution at the beginning, STEM is important. STEM is important on all levels. How to support it on all levels systematically, because I have also seen very good project, this CCAP for the secondary schools teachers. It's a great initiative. I have to admit that we do something similar, and I would like to exchange on that. We do something similar in hydrogen community, in a battery community, that we take teachers as a multipliers of change. But what I'm calling for is more systematic approach in Europe, because still doing that is a good piece of puzzle, how it might go forward, but we need really the systematic approach in Europe to do it in a larger scales, yeah? To really involve more teachers, to really do the big change that we are seeking for, yeah? So it's not maybe a question, but just a comment from my side, yeah? Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
I do think we all agree to that. We need a more systemic approach. We have one more question, and then we move on.
It's more like a comment to the previous statement. I fully agree to that I think we really have to structure the way how we try to excite students to enter our sector. I'm not so sure that putting everything on the shoulder of teachers is the best way to do that. I think we as academic institutions definitely have to team up here. And I see that within the program we have in Austria, where we call it the ambassador program, where scientists with their topics and their excitement and their motivation go into schools and help, therefore, also the teachers on site, because they have to do the basic training every day, more or less, yeah? So it's really difficult for them to excite to topics that are so far away from what their education provided to them, that I think it's really mandatory that we also encourage and empower our scientists to go to schools and then talk about their topics, which are usually very timely and where they can also transport their motivation towards that field in a more genuine way. I think this is maybe one puzzle stone more that we should bring into play here. And there, I think we definitely, there is room for improvement. The ceiling is still not reached yet.
Thank you very much. And I will conclude with, yes, we all agree with the fact that STEM is super important. And we lack the means a little bit, and we need to find out more how to actually communicate about STEM to young people and teachers to have an even more impact, have an even stronger impact also into the policy agenda, and then bounce back to the school systems. But now we will go back to businesses, and we have our next representative speaker from the Serbian Chamber of Commerce. So welcome Tamara Brocic from the Serbian Chamber of Commerce.
Good morning from my side as well. As introduced by Annie,
Serbian Chamber of Commerce, working on a project called Responsible Business Hub, and I will briefly introduce you what we are doing and in which way we support the companies in Serbia. But let's start from the beginning. Responsible business hubs are established in order to assist the local businesses and private sector among the countries on their way to sustainability and to prepare them to properly react and answer to all the requirements that come from regulation from the European Union. Serbian Chamber of Commerce, together with the German Organization for International Cooperation, well known as EACEA, launched the first and the only responsible business hub in Serbia in 2023. Of course, we are not alone in our network. The network itself is a part of a larger project that is called the Initiative for Global Solidarity, that is launched by German government or German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, and it is present in 8 countries. Like responsible business hubs are present in 8 countries around the globe. Of course, the first one established was in Germany. That's a German help desk, and it is a project that was launched around 7 years ago as a support for the German companies to prepare for this coming regulation that came into the force 2023. First, responsible business hubs were established in Bangladesh, Cambodia, and Vietnam. They are recognized as a region of the high risk, especially when it comes to violations to human rights or the worker rights. And we all know that a lot of German companies and big brands have their suppliers exactly in that region, especially from the ones from the textile industry. The first responsible business hub open in Europe is the one in Serbia. Serbia has been chosen not as a country of the high risk, but because Serbia has a lot of German investments here, and there are a lot of suppliers in Serbia of the German companies. Most of the responsible business hub are hosted by local business organizations such as the chamber as well in Serbia, and their service portfolio depends very much on the needs of the local market and the challenges that our companies facing in their own countries. Our mission, as I said, is to improve ability of the private sector to first of all understand and prepare for all the coming regulations. We are of course connected to the German Supply Chain Due Diligence Act, but now also to the directive that was adopted in April this year. This is a Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, and the requirements that are covered by German law are also the ones that are appearing in that directive that gonna be introduced to the national laws of all member states by the age of 2027. And we are there to improve the competitiveness and sustainability of the Serbian companies that are exporting, first of all, to the European market, and in order to protect the human rights, rights of the workers in the companies and in ecology. We are the free of charge support office. We are a small team, 2 of us, my colleague Tanya Lindl and me, but of course we are part of this network that I had a chance to show you a few seconds ago. And of course, as a part of the chamber, we have a full support of our colleagues from different sectors and different associations. So if the company approaches with any kind of requirement that we at this very moment do not have the answer to, we can always recall to our colleagues from the network or the experts in our chamber and support the company on their own challenges. We offer the large selection of the services in the field of responsible business, and that I will introduce to you a bit later. Of course, I've already mentioned, this is the reason why we are established. That's a German Supply Chain Due Diligence Act. It was adopted 2021, but since 1st January of 2023 came into the force. In the first year, it was covering whole industries, whole sectors. The only limitation was that was for the companies that have at least or more than 3,000 employees in Germany. That was in that moment approximately about 700 companies in Germany. Of course, since the 1st January of this year, the scope broadened and it covers the company that have at least or more than 1,000 employees, and that's approximately 2,900 companies in Germany. About 2,900 companies in Serbia are exporting to Germany. Of course, out of that number, we don't know exactly how many suppliers in Serbia are the suppliers of those companies who are under the scope of this act. That is something that will take a time to simply recognize them. And the main goal of this law was to prevent and reduce all kind of violations regarding the human rights and environment within the supply chain, complete supply chain of the companies that are covered by this act. When we are talking about human rights, of course, they should be protected in the companies itself in Germany, but also along, as I said, their supply chain. This regulation is obliged only for German companies, but through the supply chain, there indirectly the obligations of the law come to the companies in Serbia, but also in the companies around the world. There is a number of the listed 9 of protected human rights that oblige companies to report, to mention in their report. Of course, there are the protected human rights that are not so present in Europe anymore. Unfortunately, they exist around the world, so that's why this law is actually mentioning them. When it comes to the environmentalist, this law simply requires from the companies to comply from these international agreements, and they are aiming to limit the harm effect of the pollutants, chemicals, and the waste, and they are connected specifically to these 3 conventions. That's Minamata, Stockholm Convention, and Basel Convention, and those environmental risks that are covered by this act is mercury pollution, chemicals such as those POPs chemicals, waste disposal, storage and disposal, and hazardous waste. That's connected to the Basel Convention. It's also the cross-border movement of that hazardous waste. Of course, after mentioning all these 15 risks that are related to the human environmental one, you can notice that also affects the chemical industry as well. As I said, the law covers whole industries. Of course, chemical industry in Europe is very highly regulated, and the whole standards of handling the chemicals in Europe is very highly strengthened. But that's not the case around the world, and that's exactly why this law is also came into the force. It's now more than before important for the companies, and from the chemical industry we had a chance to see how big is actually the supply chain and how many employers actually covers. That's something around 9 million or 4 million or something like that you mentioned. So it is important for the companies to assess their supply chain, especially upstream from the extraction of the raw materials, and also upstream for handling the chemicals further on to the buyers of the companies from the chemical sector. Of course, this leads us to exactly to what I just mentioned. The companies that fall under the scope, they are obliged to take their risk assessment on their supply chain to identify, prevent, and mitigate the human rights environmental risks. That includes to establish the risk management system, conduct the regular risk assessments, implement preventive measures, and of course provide grievance mechanisms. All these steps are required for the companies that are based in Germany and their direct suppliers. When it comes to indirect suppliers, very important is this part of the grievance mechanism, where the companies in Germany have to provide such a grievance mechanism where any employee in their supply chain and any third party have chance to whistle any kind of violation that is happening regarding the human rights or environment. Of course, there are potential opportunities. We heard some of these things already in previous presentations. Of course, the fairness, the companies will be able to negotiate for better prices, better delivery times and conditions. They will be more resilient. They will strengthen their business relationships, of course, because dialogue and communication between the buyers and suppliers is something that is very important. They will be more competitive on the market. We always, in a talk with our companies on our meetings, on conferences, doesn't matter which event it is, that mention or highlight that it is not only the price and the quality important in order to seal the deal, so to make to sign the contract with their buyers. It is exactly implementing those sustainable business practices in the companies that will help the company to step up and be more attractive for the new customers. And of course, efficiency, of course, if they are having potential to do certain kind of reduction in energy or wastewater using of the chemicals, that's always very important. Of course, there are the challenges that companies outside of the Germany in the supply chain are facing. Of course, collection of all data and sharing those information with their partners and suppliers, identification and analysis of business risks, and of course that might lead to potential changes in their existing practices and processes. It might, and it will probably require additional costs for them. And one of the biggest challenges that we the biggest challenge that companies for us presented was to obtain information further on in the supply chain from their suppliers. And back to the responsible business hub and our services, I already said that we are office for the support, so we offer advisory services, especially when it comes about due diligence standards, but also any kind of legislative changes on export market among the Europe especially. Of course, we are providing certain kind of trainings that I will mention in the next slide, seminars, networking sessions, etc., events as well, and we provide qualified service beside the online tool that I will also introduce, provide a pool of consultants that can help and support companies in Serbia on their way to become more responsible businesses. Of course, we are working mostly with the small and medium companies in Serbia because they're facing the most of the problems here. I have to mention we have a website where all these informations regarding regulation and what is Responsible Business Hub, our activities, what are we doing, is available. Down in my slide you can find it's responsiblebusinesshub.pks.rs. So in the section of the documents, all documents are translated if they're on German, on Serbian and English as well. We have recommended guidelines also regarding all these regulations and generally green topics in Europe and in Serbia. Of course, we are offering those for online tools for the companies to take their self-assessment of their business processes, but also of their supply chain. That's SME Compass, CSR Risk Check, Business and Human Rights Navigator, and OECD Due Diligence Checker. There is also the LinkedIn profile of my colleague, Tanja Lindl, who is the manager of the project. She is also officer of the whole network, so she's sharing over this LinkedIn profile whole information and all what I mentioned, just our activities and important news. Of course, in the case that someone it's easier to check on that platform. And of course, our support so far at the beginning, we started 1.5 years ago. First part of our activities were basically raising awareness. So we had so-called roadshow around the Serbia, introducing to the companies the new regulations that are here and that were coming. Of course, we're part of the Green Caravan, which is presenting the key challenges for the economy on the way to the green transformation. What we were spending most of the time was that establishing this pool of consultants. We, of course, were focusing mostly on the carbon calculations, carbon footprint topics, because that's relatively new topic in Serbia, especially for the small and medium-sized companies. And those requirements are increasing for them of the side of their buyers from the EU, but also from the banks. So we organized trainings for the experts in this field, and through the pilot project later on as a part of their training, they were offering free of charge service for the applied companies on a carbon footprint calculation, so corporate carbon footprint, also on the CBAM report. CBAM is also relative for the chemical industry, because one of the sectors that are covered by the CBAM regulation is production of fertilizers. Of course, that was very important. And now we are able, because on the Serbian market, I have to reflect, there is that big consulting companies that are not really affordable for the small and medium-sized companies. So in that order, we wanted to develop a pool of the consultants or service providers that small and medium companies can afford. And also the HREDD, or Human Rights and Environmental Due Diligence training. So now we have a pool of about 20 consultants who can offer the service from these 4 areas. And of course, we are developing the trainings, custom-made trainings for the companies on their own initiative. So if they need specialized training in certain field, we are there to organize that training and provide them for them. In the future, in the next 2 months, we will also organize trainings for energy efficiency and energy audits for the industrial from the industries, and of course the carbon counting for the employees in the companies for the 5 specific sectors, and chemical one is one of them. And of course we will make open call for the companies to apply. So if you have some companies in Serbia, you can just forward them this information. So in about 2-3 weeks we will make that open call for them to apply to get this free of charge training on carbon counting. And that was it from my side. I hope I was not too fast. If you have any kind of questions, you can ask now or later. I don't know how it is planned. Thank you very much. Let's continue setting the scene with digital, with Mr. Momir Dekic from the Center of Digital Transformation in Serbia. And then we have time for a couple of questions afterwards. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much. Just give me a second. I haven't used USB sticks for 10 years. So this is learning to fly again. Thank you. This must be the first sign that I've entered the midlife crisis period. Thank you very much, and welcome to Serbia for all of you who have their first time here. 25 years ago, I was in high school, and that's the first time I read Anna Karenina. We have to read this book, but I'm happy that we do, because this book starts with a sentence that kept with me for the 25 years, which is that happy families are all alike, but every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. And I wondered about this question because families are very important, not just to myself, but also probably to all people and all mankind. And ever since I started working, I realized companies, families, they start mentioning them together in old sentences. Do they have things in common? Are all happy companies, successful companies alike families? But then again, even when they sell us that companies are actually families, we tend to realize that it's not the case because, you know, remember, my father spent almost the entirety of his working life working for one employer. And in my generation, we change employers every 2 years. So it must be that it's not a family. But certain things are alike for families and companies, and I will try to share some of the stories that might shed light on some of these things. First of all, companies and families have a lot of things similar. You need perfect infrastructure to have a good family, and you need a perfect infrastructure to have a good company. It's a very similar environment. But to go somewhere, we need to start somewhere. And where do we need to start? We need to start from the beginning. If we do not understand history, it's perfectly not enough to understand reality or the future. And I will share with you 3 stories. The first one will shed light why Serbian companies are where they are. The second one will show what has happened with the program which I was a part of. And the third one will give recommendations for not just Serbian companies, because it turns out that not only companies are similar to each other within the same market, but companies are similar wherever you go, because it's the roads, it's not the companies. It's the roads, it's not the boundaries. And I will show that. First one, this is a story why we are here as a country, as a part of the world. This is one of my favorite images, and it shows how the Industrial Revolution has spread throughout Europe. And as you can see, the region of Serbia is actually quite distant via roads from the origin of the Industrial Revolution. And it took 40 years for the northern part of Serbia where we are. That's why it's so beautiful here in Novi Sad, because the Industrial Revolution came here only 40 years after its beginning. And where I'm from, it took 60 years. So when you feel that you're better in Novi Sad than in Belgrade, this is the reason. Some things stick. But I just want to share that when we look at the first and the second Industrial Revolution, Serbia is lagging behind. In the first revolution, we are still under the Ottomans, and there's no infrastructure, and we are lagging behind in almost anything. If you want to do anything, you need to invest. There's not enough money, there's people around, but there's not enough infrastructure to get them going. So we are late to the party of the first Industrial Revolution. For the second, we are kind of up to speed. We are still lagging behind, but we are finally free of the Ottoman invasion, and we start investing into manufacturing and some of the road networks. And we are fast to be present, but still there's wars coming. It's the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. The big war is happening, and we kind of lose everything that we built, all the momentum that we built. In the third revolution, we are in the Socialist Republic of Yugoslavia, and our socio-economic kind of a construct doesn't allow us to be as fast as we could. There's a lot of investments, especially in the 60s and the 70s, but then again, a new story. In the 80s, we turned to economic problems. In the 90s, it's the Civil War, and until 2000s, we are basically in a lot of trouble. And this is the reason why Serbia is again late to the party. But in the fourth Industrial Revolution, you kind of see the point. It's like a seesaw. Every odd Industrial Revolution, Serbia is slow. Every even Industrial Revolution, Serbia kind of finds its way. How do we find our way? In the fourth Industrial Revolution, the roads are not physical, okay? So our distance from the sun doesn't account for what we are doing. We kind of have the internet, okay? Everything happened after 2000 here in Serbia, and the internet is our road, meaning we can develop certain things almost the same speed like everyone else. We do not need physical roads. And there's some underlying problems that we are not thinking about. The first one is the entrepreneurship problems. While in our European counterparts, almost every country is in its third or fourth generation entrepreneurs. We're still the first and the second generation, which means that we are lagging behind in understanding of things. So that's why we have issues when someone gives an idea. It's really slow for us to accept that idea because we're still young. We're still learning and growing. And the second one is we are risk averse, okay? We hate risks. Because when we were kids, our parents told us, you just do your education and get a stable job for the country and everything is okay. Well, things are not okay if you work for the country because you don't develop as quick as you should. Because again, if you work for the public or the government, you still use roads. You don't use the new technologies as fast as everyone else. But the third component that actually opened up doors is that the government realized over the years, it took us decades, but we are still here, to invest into what can bring better and faster results. And a program that I was a part of is a part of that. And it's a kind of a twist in the tail. Because in 2018, 100 years after the big war, and it's a big thing, Germany, Austria, and Serbia team up. It's a perfect story because the Germans bring in investments, the Austrians bring in the know-how, and the Serbians bring in, well, participation for its, but you know, you have to start somewhere. And we started in 2018. We made a program for SME digital transformation help, and it was really painful. It was 224 consultants applied for 20 positions, and I was one of the 20 lucky ones to get the position, the first training and first enablement. It was free, so you didn't have to pay anything. Every other one was not free, so you have to pay if you want to become a consultant. But then again, Center for Digital Transformation, which is a part of Chamber of Commerce of Serbia, it's a child company. It started and it made the first iteration. And as first iterations go, it was a pilot project. It had it had a dozen companies that we entered into, started working with, and found some information on how we need to do it, because we used the Austrian program, which is not applicable in Serbia 100%. We had to change the program. But ever since, we invested into 2 additional generations of consultants. So there are now almost 70 consultants who have years of experience. Some of us became trainers, so I was lucky enough to go to different countries across and train consultants in ex-Yugoslav countries, but also other neighboring countries, to work with the biggest companies that do consulting in this part of the world. And then we do what we do best. We build some software, and now we have a platform that is really easy to use, and people like our platform, so we don't have to use papers and whatever. We use technology, and there's some international cooperation with Kenya, with Italy, with, I know that there were some conversations with Georgia, with Morocco, so there's international cooperation here as well. But I would like to share with you some of the details that you will never see anywhere else, because these are proprietary data from the platform. Remember, SMEs in Serbia, we're talking about roughly 350,000 SMEs. We have around 1,300 SMEs that underwent to the program. I want to show what the program is, and I want to show you some of the data points that I think you will find interesting about this. So the program is very simple. Companies apply when a new program is issued, usually in this time of the year. So it will be in November this year, and companies apply. Some companies get, other companies don't get. It's based on what they have supplied. There are companies that cannot be participants of this program, but it's a subsidized by the Serbian government through the Ministry of Economy kind of an approach, where a consultant is sent to a company to perform an expert analysis. It's a short period where a consultant determines what are the most important data points of the company. Based on that, they do a strategy. Strategy is a bit longer part of the journey with the consultant and the company. And then in the end, they pick one project from the strategy and they implement it as a digitalization effort, as a digital transformation undergoing for the company. And we have thousands, we have 1,300 companies plus that have participated. And we have some data points that I think you will like. First of all, when we do consultings, we analyze what the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of the companies are, like a SWOT analysis. But we also spend more time into it because we want to understand what are the things that are most important to our companies. And you will see that when we talk about strengths, people always mention their teams and people and know-how, and they also mention the years that the companies exist as their biggest strength. And when they talk about, for instance, weaknesses, you will see that they always talk about information systems. It's almost the biggest problem out there. What you will notice is that the rest category in strengths is much bigger than in weaknesses, and I will explain why this is important. When we talk about opportunities, the biggest opportunity for them is something related to client relations and marketing. Companies in Serbia think that it's very important to use technologies to get new customers, to sell faster, to do better advertising, etc. But when we perceive threats, again, client relations and marketing are our biggest threat. Why? Because someone will do it faster than ourselves. And then take a look at this. Look at the rest category in strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So I will tell you a story about Serbia very quickly, one data point. In Serbia, we are all trainers of the national team. We know what the problems are, and we know what we should do. But we have issues understanding what the good stuff is and what is a threat to our thinking. That's a bias we carry. I don't know why, but it's like it is. I don't know, there are probably other parts in the world similar to this. I want to share 3 things that are very important that somehow got lost through these things that we do. People and human capital are critical strengths of our companies, but they are also a significant challenge like everywhere else. We don't know how to train people. We don't know how to keep people, retain the best talent because they go to bigger, better companies. It's a problem all over the world. But in Serbia, we are a 6 million country. I know we are a country that has one of the best basketball teams in the world, but it doesn't work in business, okay? It works in basketball. Client relations and marketing are one of our biggest opportunities, but it's also a threat. So we don't know how to do this. It shows that we are poor at doing these things. And the third one, we have a lack in digital infrastructure. Remember when I said roads, infrastructure. We lack digital infrastructure. But if you ask Germany, they also lack digital infrastructure. Go to villages in Germany and you will realize that they have poorer internet speeds than in Serbia. That's mind-boggling for me, especially eastern part of Germany. That's mind-boggling. But then again, on your left side, you will see what are the implementations, the projects that the companies chose to do. And the biggest, it's e-commerce. Let me try to sell what I have through internet, and maybe that will bring me results. The second one is ERP. We are still in ERP. ERP should have been a story of the 80s and 90s. In Serbia, in 2024, we are still ERP. Then it's CRM, then it's something about operations, and then new services. What is missing in action? There's a lack of focus in human resources. There's underdevelopment and underinvestment in marketing solutions. We see it as something that can benefit us, but we don't know how to do it. Thank God there's GPT here, so maybe we can use some of it in our work. And there's systemic neglect of business model and supply chain implementations and improvements, and you've seen on the previous side what we can do with supply chains. There are other things that we should do, and we are not doing that, unfortunately. The third and the last story is the story of the roads, where I want to share some of the key challenges and recommendations for our companies here in Serbia, but they go beyond borders because, as I say, these roads are now internet. They're not physical roads anymore. And let me start. First of all, one of the challenges is that there's an underestimation of long-term strategic kind of implementation. Let's stop with the short-termism. I understand that there is a growing pain of war and a lot of bad stuff around us, but if we do not think long-term, we will not be able to do anything because we will be left behind. In this era, the speed of commoditization is the fastest ever. So if we only copy, if we do not do strategic investments in innovation, our business gets commoditized in 2 years, and there's no competitive advantage. The second is there are gaps in digital transformation beyond e-commerce. Many companies, this is not just in Serbia, because I've traveled a lot of countries, worked with the biggest companies in Europe on this. We tend to invest too much in e-commerce and tend to invest so little in procurement, so little in operations, so little in breaking down silos where people kind of play defense, but they don't play offense, so we don't score any points. And the last challenge, there's a neglect of process improvements in companies. So we do some of it because the regulator says we need to do it, but other parts, we're not thinking about it. And look, there are young people, different generation from ourselves. I know I look young, I'm not as young as I look. People that are younger than us who have different ways of doing things. We need to speed them up, because trust me when I say speed is a strategy. Speed is a strategy. Go for speed, don't go for other things in your companies or organizations. And I will share 5 recommendations from my side. The first one is we need an increased focus on human resources and organizational culture. As I said, there are new generations that are coming from universities. There are new generations that are starting their jobs now. They do not wait years to get the fun stuff going. They will not wait years until they get good projects, good investments. They need it now. If in 3 months you do not provide something good, they're gone. And then the time to hire them back and to train them back, it's too much. It's too much. This world was built for them, not for us. So we need to do something about it. The second part is that we need to prioritize marketing and sales. When I say this, I'm not speaking in an American way, okay? I'm speaking in a European way. People across Europe react to messages. And we need to find a way how audiences of our companies, organizations react to messages. We need to improve on those messages. We need to read better books, to listen to better music, and to watch better films, because it will make our messaging much better than just saying, you know, if you take a look at the music industry today, the words are kind of missing. The third one is we need to invest in advanced digital transformation tools. It's not enough just to buy a shop. What companies do, they buy a web shop and they think, now I'm really rocking. No, that's not enough. Of course, it's not enough also to buy a document management system or a risk management system or a new ERP or a new BI. That's just not enough. There's a saying in English, and I will use it here. A fool with a tool is still a fool. Let's not be fools. It's not about the tools. It's about us. So we need to invest in us, in people, and in better tools, but to understand how they affect processes and go beyond that. Also, we need to address vulnerabilities of our business models and supply chains, because we've seen what happened in COVID. Our supply chains got hammered. They simply got hammered. And the reason why they got hammered, because we thought that the honeymoon will last forever. Well, no honeymoon lasts forever, whatever the movies say, or some of books that we might read over the vacation time, right? Honeymoon never lasts, but if we do proper, baseline project improvements, process improvements, and risk management, and supply chain improvements, it does wonders for us. Also, let's accelerate process optimization efforts. Speed is a strategy. In 2024, speed is a strategy. An employee that uses ChatGPT or other tools might be 30 to 150% faster. I'm not saying we should all use it, because there are differences in different organizations, cultures, whatever. But we need to find ways to make our employees and our workers and everyone in our organizations faster, because the world will never be slow as it is today. In the end, there's optimism, but there's spice, right? Like in everything in life. So in Serbia, we've managed, with one of the poorest infrastructures in the world, we managed to build blockchain and gaming environments top 10 Europe. The only reason why we did it is not because we're smart, because we're not that smart. If you take a look at our PISA test, we're on the back of Europe. It's because it's everyone's game, okay? It's like basketball reimagined, and every country has an opportunity to be as successful as Serbia in basketball is, because the roads are not physical, the roads are intellectual, and everyone can read a book. Everyone can read Ana Karenina, okay? You don't have to be this guy or that guy, this girl, that girl. So that's a very important thing. And we need to be able to stem a culture of innovation, because if we only copy, and that's a problem for us in Europe, we do a lot of copying, okay? If we start innovating and become the best at our field, whoever is our competition, wherever is our competition, on Mars, Venus, or I don't know where, only then we will be as good as we need to be. And that's the story of digital transformation, whatever it sounds, because the important part of digital transformation is the second word. It's the transformation. And there's a nice sentence about it that says, when a snake sheds its skin, it changes. But when a caterpillar becomes a butterfly, it transforms. So we need to become caterpillars, not just shed our skin. That's just not enough. In the end, I just want to share that Center for Digital Transformation in Serbia is an institution that does not only work with Serbian companies. As I said, there's a lot of things going on internationally, and I advise you to contact them because there's a lot of opportunities for cooperation. CDT has over 60 fantastic consultants with a lot of experience, myself included, who can assist your companies, your organizations in your own digital transformation skills and initiatives, because we are doing this for 6 years now. Even though it's a new field, we spend a lot of our time together. And for the end, I hope I did not use a lot of your time. I know there's coffee break after this. You can reach me. It's in Serbia. It's zima.dolazi. It means winter is coming. Winter comes every year, but all I want to say is that they're happy families and they're successful companies. And all successful companies are alike because they have found their own way to become successful. So I challenge you, find your own ways to become successful and find partners in that. And I would be happy to be your partner if you choose to be so. Thank you very much. And if you have questions.
Thank you very, very much. Now I'm standing between you at the coffee break, but I do think that this was super inspirational and really important to learn about Serbia, especially for us who haven't been here before. I do think that we have a couple of questions, or time for a couple of questions. Hopefully also we do have a couple of questions. So who would like to start? Nobody. Is it really? Okay, Marian, please go ahead. The microphone we have somewhere. And again, please present yourself before you speak.
Okay, it works. So my name is Marian. I work as a project manager for EACEA, which stands for European Plastics Converters. So I want to thank to all the speakers. Very good presentations, very insightful. I would have a couple of questions for Momir and the things that came from those surveys when it comes to the SMEs. Were there any insights when it comes to the weaknesses and threats? Talk about bureaucratic procedures, governmental regulations, and let's say influences coming from the different agencies and ministries? Was that something that... Thank you.
As always, these things pop up every once in a while, but this was not a survey, so we do not give them a form where they click and they say this government body or this local whatever. No, because there are consultants working with them. And one of the things that we train consultants, I know because I trained all the consultants, not just in Serbia, it's to help them understand that this culture of saying that there's someone else to blame is not the one that will lead you to victory. Just imagine if we would talk about referees in basketball more than we do, because we do a lot, okay? So it's the same story. So the ball is round, and the hoop is there, and whoever one gets there fast, they win. I'm sorry, but that's reality. And that's a big story even for myself. I come from a military family, so I know a thing or two about boundaries. I learned it first when I just wake up, I learn about boundaries. But here in Serbia, we do a lot of that complaining that there's someone else to be blamed, but then you show them, look at your business model. Look how you only have one supplier for this type of good. And maybe that's a problem, because then there's no creativity. You cannot maintain this level of service if you have only one supplier. Why don't you talk to others? Yeah, but this guy is the most important. Okay, go somewhere else. Have you researched? No. Well, sometimes you need to spend some time researching. Maybe there's a part of Serbia where the local government or whatever doesn't apply those measures. And maybe you can get even subsidies. Why don't you go there and open up shop? So there are things that we do as consultants to tell them, and I will stop here, don't speak about other people. Speak about what you did, what you can do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marko Michulic, TU Wien, Dean of Technical Chemistry. I'd also like to refer to Momir. I mean, you spoke deeply out of my heart. I'm very happy that you made this statement. Critical question to me is, because I try to give the same message to my students at TU Wien, yeah? How long do you think the transformation will take?
I have something to admit. Digital transformation never ends. It only begins. And that means that when you become a butterfly, you really need to think about your next form. And here's why. If you take a close look at the speed of change, and you will see that by companies entering Fortune 500 and leaving Fortune 500, for instance. How do we create equity? How do we disperse equity through time? You will see that those companies and those entities, those organizations that understand that the change is the only constant, which we hear all day long, but we don't understand what that means. It means it never stops. It becomes you becoming aware that the speed will never become slower. It will only go bigger through time, and that you have to be young until you die. That means the lifelong learning, which you do here in this university and all other universities throughout the world, that's the only way. Transformation is lifelong learning, where you get inspirations from books, even from Taylor Swift, because if you don't do, there's something wrong with you. You need to understand that this world is current. It's not yesterday's world, and it's still not tomorrow's world, so it's today's world.
Thank you. I just mean the change in the minds. How long do you think it will use for our environment? Thanks.
I couldn't agree more. I think lifelong learning is everywhere. It's not about only books. It's about meeting people. It's being digital. It's moving countries, learning from each other. I would like to conclude before the coffee break to this sentence, and then let's have a quick coffee, 15 minutes, and then we'll come back for more. Thank you for the morning. to the seminar and go to the afternoon session, so to say, almost. So welcome back, everybody, and I think we had a really, really interesting morning. Now we are going to connect closely, or more closely, to the industry here, which is really an asset to the project as well. Since, as I mentioned previously, I think if we want to have STEM talent, and this is what we really truly want to have, we need to also understand how the industry scene looks like. And in order to be able to even attract young people to STEM and also communicate these messages to the educational world, then we need examples from the industry. And this is what we are going to get now in the second part of the seminar. So I would like to welcome to the stage, and I'm sorry again for my pronunciation, Mrs. Jelena Dmitrovic from Neophyton. So welcome.
Thank you. So I'm Jelena Dmitrovic, and I'm coming from the company Neophyton. We are family-owned company founded in 1992 in Serbia, and our success is based on the representing of the leading global companies in plastic processing. Where we are present in European markets and in Africa markets. What we deliver? The equipment which we are focused on and which we are delivering is present and necessary in the automotive industry, packaging industry, in technical molding, medical, and electronics. Actually, in all areas where you are using plastic materials. We, as a Neophyton, we are complete solution provider, and that's why we are focused on 5 core values. We are customer-oriented company. We have organized service and training center. We are sales and consulting agency. What we can do for you, we can do delivery and transportation of your goods, and we are doing commissioning of the complete systems that we are providing to our customers. We are a team of 34 employees, and our turnover is more than 20 million of sales. When I mentioned that we are present in Europe and in Africa, I mean that we are present in Balkan territories, like in Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia, Macedonia, and in Montenegro. And if we are talking about Africa, we are present in Nigeria, Ghana, and Cameroon. We are focused at main global suppliers in plastic industry, and we are working with 8 partners. Our partners are Engel, which is the company who is producing injection molding machines. Then we have Wintec, which is daughter company of the company Engel. We are focused and we are representatives of the company Piovan, who is the global world leader in processing and global world leader in treatment of plastic materials. We are providers of cooling solutions for water treatments in plastic industry. And if we are talking about recycling, we are selling Tria shredders and grinders, which is the world #1 producer of the recycled technologies. Also, we are representatives of different conveyor belts and some other processing equipment who you need for transport of parts. We are partners with EFW and also Oerlikon in terms of hot runners and nozzles. Engel. When we are talking about Engel, I think that most of you heard about this factory. Engel is a leading manufacturer of plastic injection molding machines. It's an Austrian company, 100% family-owned, which is not so, which you cannot meet so often in this kind of industry. What we are providing as an Engel and Neophyton as a partner, we are providing and following all the instructions for our mother company, Complete Solutions. Engel has a wide range of injection molding machines. In that way, we can talk about hydraulic machines, then full electric machines, and hybrid machines. When we are talking about hydraulic machines, we have one advantage as no one in the world has: tie bar-less machines. There, with the smaller machines, you can produce bigger products. If we are talking about full electric machines, we have different ranges of the full electric machines, depends of the process and depends of the product that you need, and also depends of the speed that your product requires. We have the machines which are using the less energy than any other machines in the market. Also, we have the fastest machines in the world. Those are hybrid machines used often in different industries. What we can highlight and put at the top, we have also robots which can provide to our customers complete cell in the production. Green is more than a color. That's not just a word. Engel is highly working on sustainability and developing products and processes in order to be a loyal partner to his customers. Also, what we got is EcoVadis Reward in 2023. Why Engel came to that point? Engel is a turnkey solution provider, developing machines in the sector of just one second, please. Engel is developing machines in order to fulfill all requirements, in order to have energy efficiency and to be able to process recycled materials. Also, through the company, Engel is taking care of social responsibility and also is a loyal and global partner to his customers. What we have as a goal? Engel as a goal has complete development of different types of the machines which can process recycled PET, and the goal is to get 5 till 10 solutions to provide to the customers in order to be able to process recycled PET material. When we are talking about energy efficiency, you have to use electricity in order to get the product. In past, people were using hydraulic machines. They were biggest consumers of electricity. With development and with adding new solutions, Engel came to the point that raised and developed full electric machines which are using more than 60% less electricity than the standard hydraulic machines in the past. When we are talking about Engel machine, Engel is working and always constantly developing all the segments and all the parts of the machines in order to fulfill requirements, in order to get energy efficiency, and that's the reason why Engel got, one of the reasons why Engel got this really precious reward. Recycling and injection molding in one step. We have a plastic product. all of us, we know that the plastic can be reusable. Then, after you get the scrap or after you get and use one part, you have to do something with it. So we have to grind it. After that, if you want to get some new using of the grinded material, usually people are regranulating the plastic flakes. What Engel can provide and what Engel developed. We have developed plasticizing unit which can process flakes instead of regranulated pellets in order to get a high quality product. If we are talking about recycled PET, recycled PET is one of the most demanding materials in plastic processes. And Engel also developed high-speed machine with a special plasticizing unit which can, in one step, produce from recycled PT material, tin wall containers in a very, very short cycle time. And there's one more example. Engel developed different processes, not only machines. As I mentioned at the beginning, Engel is a solution provider. Together with different technologies in a combination with different materials, Engel developed that we can get from 100% recycled material, flake, we can get highly gloss structure of the household goods. And last but not least, we are also in a partnership with the Piovan Group, who got one of the rewards for a unit which is called Inspecta. The unit is, when we produce the good, we have to do some controls in order to be food gradable. So, Piovan Group produced Inspecta, which is the unit which detects benzene in finished products. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. And as always, we'll tackle possible questions after the two speakers. So now we have a next speaker from Greiner Packaging, which is Ivan Tokic. And then I also have Jelena Dmitrievich. Okay, close, yes. I was confused for a second. My Serbian skills clearly need some brush up here. So welcome, and then we'll have this presentation and then questions afterwards. Thank you very much.
Great. So, first of all, I would like to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to participate in such a congress and to really have the strong focus and insight in both scientific or academic approach and industrial approach to the two, I would say, most important topics today in general in the whole world. For the first step, I would just like to introduce ourselves because both me and my friend and co-worker, Jelena, are coming from Greiner Packaging, which is an Austrian company, originally Austrian company, being present here in Serbia in 3 plants so far. And just a short insight. We called this presentation or this slideshows Every Second Counts. as Mr. Djekic told, and I would like to quote, speed is the strategy. So we understand it very well for both of the topics today, and we know that if we are not quick enough for the digitalization topic and also for the topic of sustainability, we will be overrun. Generally, not just one industry, but all industries in total. So, who we are. Greiner is basically an international company present in 34 countries with more than 11,000 employees worldwide. It consists basically from 3 divisions. First, Greiner Packaging, which is our division. Nivion as a division or industry taking part in production of mattresses, foams, and BioOne, which is basically turned to more medical appliances and medical production of packaging and other medical solutions. The highest impact you can guess was during the COVID, where we were the first one to produce and to offer a container for the test samples for COVID. As for business unit packaging, we are a force of more than 5,000 people present in 30 locations worldwide. We like to address ourselves as the leading company, European company in the plastic process industry. And of course, we are producing packaging for food and non-food market and technical parts or technical appliances. Now, I would like to hand over to the sustainability part for my colleague Jelena, and I will come back.
Thank you, Ivan. Just a second. So, of course, like Ivan said, every second counts, and we can see in this photo why. So, pictures are saying more than 1,000 words. This is actually one of our, how to say words, one of our colleagues, member of the board. So the circular economy is the opposite of throwaway society, where reduce, reuse, and recycle is mandatory way of work. It does not see waste as a garbage, but as a valuable raw material. This is where our future lies. A global circular economy is our ultimate goal. Following the motto of reduce, reuse, and recycle, we are taking a holistic approach to this design suitable packaging. Innovation is the key to this, as well as something our customers are value from us, and this is what is actually pushing us to find new way and new solution and new ways of work. There are still many obstacles to us achieving our environmental goals. We know that is the case. That is why we sincerely believe we can only make progress by working together, true to our motto, join the circular revolution. And this is actually our motto of our company for this and the future years. So Greiner Packages is a commitment to integrating recycled materials into its product and support various initiatives and projects in sustainable packaging. In order to be able to continue using the valuable resources, the recyclability of the material and decoration, of course, used must be taken into account as early as the packaging design stage. Through investment in research and development and continuous innovation, Greiner Packaging strives to positively contribute to the environment and promote a more sustainable future. Packaging manufacture is actually very responsible for the environment. By focusing on sustainable packaging design and recyclability, the circular economy can reduce the consumption of non-renewable materials. This not only pays off in the terms of climate protection. So this is some of our project, how we see that we can support circular economy. First project that is listed here is near Black Masterbatch. So we are one of the producers of black cups you can see in our shelves in our markets. As a producer of black cups, we actually have a task to make this product also suitable for recycling. Near-infrared technology is designed to make black plastic detectable by near-infrared sensor, which is crucial for recycling processes. Traditional black plastic, which use carbon black pigments, are often not detectable by this sensor, and this is actually making it very difficult to sort and to recycle. So this new master batch that we are in the moment of trials, they use alternative pigments that allow these sensors to identify and sort this plastic efficiently. This innovation helps improve the recyclability of black plastic packaging, reduce waste, and support sustainable efforts. The next project that we have that actually colleague before us mentioned are PET cups. Yes, they are very, not easy to handle it and not easy to produce, but this is actually the new must-have in plastic industry, and we are thermoforming cups from rPET foil and decorated in cardboarding technology. But regarding decoration technology, there are no limits, so it's suitable for all kind of decorations. K2 is actually our internal name for sleeving technology. So what we are able to do here is to use polyolefin sleeves, which is actually, when it's combined with polypropylene cups, it's monomaterial, and like that it can be recycled without any separation of decoration material. The last one, what is listed here, is RPS cups. This is actually cups made from mechanically recycled polystyrene. This was a very big project for us, and it required a lot of criteria to be met before actually testing in the production. So the final product had 10% recycled polystyrene, post-consumer waste, in the middle layer of the cup. So actually, why post-consumer recycling? Using packaging with post-consumer recycled content offers a variety of benefits for companies, but also for environment. Besides the obvious environmental benefits, such as reducing waste and protecting natural resources, companies can also save cost and improve their image as a brand. While using recycled material in packaging has many benefits, some challenges of course remain. This includes the availability of recycled materials, quality assurance, and the complexity of recycling processes. Of course, as a very big group, we recognize that we cannot tackle global challenges on our own. This is why we work together with people and institutions to help forge an environmentally friendly future. So our climate change, we are also committed to climate protection and to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. We can actually achieve this by using renewable energy, reducing energy consumption, reducing CO2 emission, and supporting plants with management systems. So my colleague will continue. Thank you.
So the next topic, or the second part of the story, is basically digital transformation. And for this, I would like just to go through several slides to show how, in a practical way, an industry goes through the whole transformation. So at the beginning, I would say that the startup of the digital transformation in our company started somewhere 2018, 2019 in a big scale. And we can do a little comparison with with our real life. So basically, for instance, statistics says that in 2019, there were 8.2 billions of smartphones in use. So it's a vast number of users of smartphones, but if we consider this timeline, and if we think about, I would say that only 10% of total industry was in a digital era at that moment. So we see how big gap we have between the personal life and the usage of smartphones, applications, smart apps, and so on, and the second way of industrial work, where there's, of course, in 2019, a lot of paperwork, a lot of manual work, a lot of reports done by, I would say, a labor force in Excel and so on and so on. And now we can say that after the, I would say, big jump in digital transformation went through in period of COVID, where before that, it was unimaginable that someone works from home or covers a lot of activities from home. And we see that with the start of this, I would say, unhappy trend with the COVID, but happy trend for digitalization, we start with the emerging of new way of communication, new way of handling the meetings, new way of reporting, new way of communicating and dealing data in between. So what one company needs to understand before starting the digital transformation is the need. So first of all, we need to understand current situation. So where our company is and what is that we are doing today. After understanding that, we need to understand technological trends. So we need to know where the world is heading, what are the current trends, what others are doing, and what is the best for them, in order to acknowledge what is the best for us. And of course, third line, or the third step in this first approach, is to define strategy. So to define the ultimate target or the ultimate goal where we want to be. Of course, after defining all these prerequisites or the parameters, we need to start with the execution. According to our understanding, first, we need to understand that digital transformation is not an IT project. So it is not something which has, as all the products have, starting and ending date. It's not something which is strictly predefined. It is actually something which starts, and once again, as Mr. Jacket said, it starts but it never ends. So in order to be successful or to secure the success of the whole transition, you need to have interdisciplinary teams. So it's not, once again, just an IT, but you need to have a scope on the whole business. Step-by-step rollout, or the model of apps and areas, is something which can help, or at least was of help for our company, because we had a lot of sites, production sites. So basically it is an approach with trials and errors. So we did not want to waste time or to lose time in the common approach of one app which everybody is using and then reporting that it works for someone and for someone not. We agreed that we will test the new things in different surroundings, in different, I would say, areas of application. And of course, if something does not work out, failure is acceptable, and it's a way of testing and understanding the process, because time is of the essence. During the execution, we wanted to understand how we can connect different areas of business and what is it in for anyone in the organization. So basically, through digitalization, we can easily connect or give a helping hand to all different areas in the business. So goal is to align the digitalization across technology, people, and processes to ensure that everyone can get a benefit from the digital transformation. I would not go through all the methods or technology aspects which we use and which we can, I would say, give as an option for each and every part of the business. But we see that there's a lot of options, and we understand that it is crucial to use as much as possible, because every point and every tool we have is providing benefit to all the organization. So, after the first, I would say, several years in digital transition, what we have today. First, of course, real-time monitoring of KPIs in not just production, but the whole processes. Custom-designed automatic reports, of course, so with the collection of data with the database, and eventually with the options to visualize what you want in a way, how you want it, makes business life much easier. Precision and accuracy, so we've witnessed before that usage of, I would say, manual work or labor in order to get some reports, get some data was followed more or less always with inaccuracy, with low precision and so on. So basically using AI tools or different approaches from the digital sphere, we get it with high level of precision and accuracy. Of course, it follows with less manual work. And of course, we get integrated solutions in the organization and between the organizations itself. And eventually, we get mobility. So cloud versions of softwares, of ERPs, allows us to access the data and share the data whenever and wherever we are. Also, coming back to the topic of this morning and increasing skills and addressing the young people, or I would say young engineers, we also integrated part of, I would say, free praxis for the students in order to help them out even when they are in the final years of university, just to have a short insight in the industry and to, I would say, have enhance some of the way how an industry in the digital sphere is working, so that when they wrap up their university package, they are already aware where the world is going and where the industry is going. Because we also know that there's a slight difference between the academic approach and the learnings we have in the university and the trend which is pushing industry in a way. For the end, what future brings? So what are the aspects we see as an emerging trends in the following years, both risks and opportunities? So, of course, AI is even today a tool which is being used massively, and we feel that it will become more and more a tool which will be used in a regular basis. Second, IoT in full use, so Internet of Things, connection between different devices, different appliances, all connected in one. So this is something which we are sure that during the, I would say, increase of sensoring on the machines, on the softwares and so on, it will emerge even on a bigger scale in the next years. What are the risks? Deterioration of ERP systems. So most of, I would say, industries in the area are using SAP as one of the ERP systems. But what we see and what we know is that big systems, big ERP systems are creating, I would say, a mess in the period of transitions. So we know in the 90s, in the 80s, in the 90s, when we were transitioning from one way of work to ERP, there was a big mess, lack of experts to do this. Now we are moving to the next step where the ERP systems are moving to the cloud versions. And also in this whole topic or area, it will create for sure some mess or delays. And also industries will go further with much smaller software, much, I would say, blocks for platforms where they have ability and freedom to customize what they want in a way how they want, and not just going with a big scale system which is being just put in a place. Insufficient IT experts. This is something which will really emerge, I would say, in the next 5 to 10 years due to all these big scale changes in the digitalization. So one is this change in the big systems moving from servers to clouds. Second is a lot of further development of softwares, further development of digitalization, automatization, and so on and so on. So eventually we will end up with really few skilled people who are aware and who know how to deal with this stuff. And last, software platforms, something which I already mentioned during the ERP system topic, but nevertheless, it will for sure be, I would say, flexibility and options to incorporate new parts, new segments, especially in the industry, which is giving the customer, the final user, freedom to combine how they want and what they want, will for sure be some of the trends in the following years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. How do you say thank you in Serbian? Hvala. Okay. So thank you very much. And I think now we have gained some excellent insight into practical examples on what the industry actually does. And I think also that you both link strongly to sustainability and environmental issues, saving the world, saving the climate. I think this is something that, in my mind at least, connects strongly not only to STEM skills, but also hopefully to the attractiveness of the sector. And I really truly hope that we, both with the project and you with your efforts here, we are all on the right track. My time to ask whether anybody has questions at this point. Yes, Branka?
Maybe I can stand up. Ivane, I have questions for you. You are graduated at the Faculty of Technology and Material Engineering, so you're actually my ex-student. So I'm interested because of our future of education. What is the gap, very shortly, according to digitalization? What skills actually you think the students graduating from Faculty of Technology need for having a job in your factory in order to enter in this digitalization very fast? What is our gap? I mean, what do we don't have in our studical program? So very briefly, please, I think this is very important from your experience.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Well, basically, it's not an easy to answer, honestly. I'm not sure in which direction could the academic approach go in terms that we can prepare our students. Because, first point is that we just address the students in a way that they know that the digital era is quite in a pace. And I would say that maybe we can help out with a more practical approach to the industry. So maybe not to have, I would say, one dedicated subject or two in which we will train and educate students in a way, because if we do that, and if we prepare an educational program, we're already late, because the industry already went 2 steps ahead. So I would say that maybe we can just include students more in the industry, in the final phase of their studies, to have more time to spend in the industry, and in this way they will be in a real time educated with what is already inside the industry and what are the trends, and they would know what to expect even in the future. So not sure if you're happy with the answer, but yeah, but Exactly, exactly, exactly. For sure, sure. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, for the answer. I think this is, especially this is in the core where we all sort of stand with the project as well. In a lot of countries, educational politics lags behind. The decisions take a long time, so when we need something as industry, then we can maybe count on having that in 5 to 10 years if we are optimistic. And this is also something that we try to tackle with this project, building bridges between the industry and educational sector. And I think now this was an excellent bridge to the next speakers and to the panel sessions that we are about to start with right now, and now I'm twisting my tongue again. The first panel will be what we just addressed here. What kind of skills and competence are we going to need for the green and digital transition of the industry? Crucial skills. And these are going to be talked about by Senka Jeftic from Cooper Standard, Enrico Lucchese from Versalis in Italy, Zoran Tadic from Neofiton, and moderated by Mika Aalto from Kemian Teollisuus in Finland. Please come forward to the stage, and I think this is where the panel is taking place. Welcome.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can hear me. The first part of technology is tamed when I got the mic on. We have 3 distinguished panelists here, and we are going to, as you very well know, discuss the skills and competencies. Of course, we at the Finnish Chemical Industry Federation, where I'm a Director General, we like to say to the youngsters that there's interesting and impactful work to do in the chemical industry, and we are in the business of saving the world. So the youngsters need, of course, the interest and motivation into the chemistry, and when they see sort of the larger picture, what they can really do, for example, for the climate change or things like that, they will be more motivated to study. Okay, we have 3 distinguished panelists here. So Senka Jeftic first, she comes from Cooper Standard. She studied an MSc in oil and petrochemical refining here in Novi Sad, and then worked with Trelleborg in Ruma as a process engineer in the tire building department, and later in the product industrialization manager's job. And currently she is an extrusion process engineer at Cooper Standard, specializing in the production of sealing systems made from EPDM elastomers and thermoplastics. So it's the elastomers business, rubber business. Then we have Enrico Lucchese. He comes from Versalis Eni, and he's been head of special projects since 2024. And from 2019 to 24, he managed the position of head of sales for olefins, aromatics, phenol, and derivatives at BU Chemicals in Versalis Spa, which is a petrochemical branch of any oil and gas group. And since 2020, he's been a member of low olefins and aromatics section group within CEFIC, representing Versalis there. And also, since 22, he's been a member of the Petrochemicals Europe Board within CEFIC. And he holds a degree in chemistry with honors, achieved in March '83 at Modena University in Italy. And third, we have Zoran Tadic from Neofiton. We already got a very interesting, fascinating presentation of your company. And you graduated at the Faculty of Technology, Polymer Department in Novi Sad also. So you're an alumni, and you're an engineer in polymer technologies. And you joined your father's footsteps at Neofiton to take over the management of the company as the general manager, where you work nowadays. And you've been successfully cooperating also with the Austrian Chamber of Commerce in Serbia and Nigeria, which is interesting, for several years. and you're a member of the board for cooperation between science and business at the Serbian Chamber of Commerce. So, now we have three excellent panelists here, and they've gotten some questions beforehand, and then we'll see where the discussion goes. So, let's go one by one. We have been talking about the green transition, how to be more sustainable, how to sort of move from the throwaway economy to the circular economy, and we've discussed also the digital transition, which is a wave that doesn't go away. It sort of intensifies all the time. So what does the green and digital transition mean for the chemical, petrochemical, tire industry, the industry that you represent? From the skills perspective, what kind of things you see? And let's start with Enrico. Try to look again. It should show red light.
Okay.
Now
it's better, possibly. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the invitation to the ChemSkills project management and also the CEFIC representation. In the petrochemical industry is at the core, really, of the green transition in Europe, and because it's one of the main energy-intensive industry, and so we have a great challenge to face in the next and already now next few years, with main targets that are to achieve climate neutrality and decarbonization, transition to circular economy, clean and affordable energy, and the clean and sustainable use of chemicals, means basically zero pollution. And all these targets that have been highlighted in the package Fit for 55 that EU issued out in 2021, and now is every year basically continuously updating. This is a great challenge, and that's how can we achieve it is the petrochemical industry. There are few projects ongoing, and I would like to enumerate the most important one. One is the CO2 and greenhouse gas emission reduction, inclusive the carbon capture and storage. That is one of the most effective way in the short term to reduce the CO2 emissions. Then moving to energy efficient improvements, progressive switch to renewable energies, not to mention also the significant increase in chemical production from recycling, either from mechanical or from chemical, means the use of product recycled from wastes, like for example plastic wastes or end of tire life use, or even from biomass. And continuing also with engaging in more sustainable products. That means safer products through a deep REACH revision that is ongoing within EU, and not to mention the chemical strategy for sustainability project that is basically a deep analysis of existing chemicals, more than 1,000 chemicals in the European market, in order to deepen, assess their concern and possibly find alternatives. Last but not the least, it's also we have to mention also the existing energy transition system, on which Europe now is thinking to move through the carbon board adjustment management. That is a way to try to keep competition on a certain same level playing field between European petrochemical producers and importers. You know that for any CO2 emission of ton, petrochemical producers have to pay fee if you are not reducing your emissions. These, for the moment, are not paid by importers of chemicals and petrochemicals outside Europe. So this is a system that is not advantaging at all the European producers. So in the longer term, European Commission and petrochemical industry have to find new regulations in order to guarantee that. So in order to tackle all these challenges that are really quite a burden for the petrochemical industry, we need to win this engaging challenge. And that is not related only to digital and ICT skill upgrading, but also on specific areas like STEM, has been mentioned several times today, and in the technical field. And in areas like energy management, chemical engineering for more sustainable process and products, designing and innovating products, new techniques for polymer recycling, and H&S risk management, and evolving regulatory field.
Right, thanks, Enrico. There was already a list of skills which is huge. So, but the challenges are big too. So.
Yeah, are huge and many.
Then, Senko, please.
Okay, regarding the rubber industry, I work in the tire industry, and currently I'm working in the sealing production. So if you want to cure rubber, you need vulcanization, and for that you need a lot of energy. So you have to burn some fuel. We are using natural gas, and the final product, it's not possible to reverse to back it on original state. So the problem with the waste can be solved only currently on two ways. One is, for example, we grind the sealing which contains the rubber and the metal. We grind it to smaller particles, and then we treat it like a waste and give it to the cement plant, where they burn it and make it a new energy. But this is not a green technology. And the other perspective is the rubber sealing that not contain the metal, only the rubber, also grind it, and some of the plants producing the tartan floor for the sport activities. So it's a little bit difficult with the rubber to be green, but in our perspective, in the process, in the production, we can be better to increase the energy consumption, to increase the scrap, and just to improve the process. So for that we need the engineering knowledge, and that's all. For example, regarding the digital transition, we have a demand from one very serious customer to have a better supervising of our parameters in the process, because currently we have a lot of paperwork, and operators have to look at the machine and record the parameters. But in case that all machines are connected to some server and to some better way to collect all data from all machines, then in that case we would have monitoring, better monitoring and better result. And so for that we need investment. So this is how I see the digital and the green transition, which it's not easy to change something, because this is technology that we get from the company. So some things we cannot change, but.
Yeah, thanks, Senko, for bringing up an important point. So we have to invest in technology as well, and that is one source for improving the productivity. But then again, I very much like the quote in the morning that how was it? A fool with a tool is still a fool. So we need these skills and skilled people too. So these things go side by side. So Zoran, please.
So first of all, I would like to say for the beginning that I'm really happy to be back to Novi Sad University. Starting my student life back in 1989, on one of the first lectures that we had at our faculty, it was actually basics of chemistry. Our professor, Nada Janic, she said, an engineer that cannot think will not become engineer, at least not on my watch. And she was very famous about not passing the students with lack of knowledge and a lack of logic. So I heard, I participated in many conferences like this, and the main point of the conference like this, in my opinion, should be bringing the academic people and the people from technology and people from the industry together to exchange knowledge. Of course, being a professor at university, professors usually like to give remarks to their students, but at our faculty of technology in Novi Sad, our professors were very advanced back in the 90s. They were actually giving possibility to their students to make, to put actually the estimation of the knowledge of the professors and how they perform. So this is like exchange of the opinions, which brings possibility for a better development from the both sides. So I heard so many words today talking about sustainability, green, ecology, and all this stuff. And I would also like to a little bit widen our frame of discussion today, because talking only about technology as a technology will not bring us to the right path in terms of the protecting of our environment. So in order that technology makes sense, it must be also economically proven. So without economical aspects, we will simply destroy the source of development, meaning if the industry is not profitable, it will collapse. If it's collapsing, there is no use for anybody. So bringing all these things together and make this word sustainability or protecting the environment, some of our previous speakers said protecting the world, protecting the environment. So even we do not understand 100% what does it mean and how we can achieve it. And as my colleague Elena show you, our company is operating not only in Europe but also in Africa. And our biggest market is actually Nigeria, which is a country of 230 million people. Of course, still very undeveloped, but what they are actually rich in is number of people growing every year between 3 to 5 million. So just as an idea, when I started doing business there back in 2016, they had less than 200 million, now they are more than 230 million. And this growing population has a growing needs, and growing needs can be served through different industries, and of course one of the industries is the petrochemical industry and industry of plastics. So someone would say that plastics is actually polluting the world and the plastic is doing this and that, but I would argue that plastic is not a problem as such, but it's actually people are on a problematic side, because if we actually dispose plastic in a correct way, plastics will not be a problem. I saw a very nice conference a few days ago, and there was some young green-orientated people that actually say we have to stop plastic, we have to destroy plastic, we have this and that. And then one of the speakers said, if you don't like plastic, stop using it. And then it means stop using the rubber shoes, stop using the plastic glasses, stop using laptops, phones. Wherever you go, there is a plastics, and there is no ecologically proven source of material or material of choose to actually replace the plastics. So combining all those things together, meaning sustainable using of plastic with the right technologies, which makes sense, is the only way, in my opinion, to bring our civilization to the next phase. And conferences like this are actually the right way to address it. So as our moderator is coming from Finland, I have a really nice story to mention the Finland in this case. Back in 2005, we were part of the project to supply bottle crates to one of the biggest producers here in Serbia with the modern technology that will save energy, save cycle time, and in the end, be able to provide the best solution for the customer. And my colleague from Germany and I, we went with a customer to company Arca Systems in Finland, which is actually located around 100 kilometers north from Helsinki. And not only that I saw the most developed and most energy efficient factory, not only that I saw some new Finnish ways of bringing and actually squeezing the value out of the existing equipment, but I learned something really incredible, that they found out a solution to supply caps and closures to Australia. And of course, thinking about Finland and thinking about Australia, this can be probably the biggest distance there is. And I asked my host, Jari, how is this possible that you are supplying the caps and closures from Finland all the way to Australia? And they actually said, we found out there are containers which are moving from Australia and China to Europe and going back empty without any products. So it came more or less free of charge to us. So what is the point of my story? Finding the solution which can bring your products to the far ends of the world, and bringing these containers filled with goods also means something to the CO2 emission. Because if we are moving empty containers, it's pure waste. And it's actually, it's this energy and pollution is actually wasted for nothing. So this should be also this wider frame that I'm simply discussing, in order to understand the real CO2 footprint, the whole CO2 emission impact to the environment. We have to include so many points, not only if we are using plastic or paper or glass or this and that, but we have to simply understand what is the complete influence of any technology, of any movement, of any light bulb we see here. So only by actually bringing our mindset into the next mode, using the digital technologies and using new way to produce more efficiently, will actually save the civilization, but will also save the pace of our development.
Thanks, Soren, and thank you especially for sharing your experience in Finland. Our member companies do wonderful things, and I'm sure similar companies can be found all over Europe. To condense this or crystallize this, plastic is a material with unique properties. It's a good material. We, as consumers and also industrialists, have to make sure that it will be collected and recycled and then made into new products again. So, next question. As the manufacturing process is developing, as we've heard of your talks already, it's developing into a more sustainable direction. So what kind of skills and competencies will be needed in the process? You've mentioned already examples, but please build on that. And I would like to ask, as a continuation, are these more like research and development type of skills, or are these technical skills? Are there some that are very rubber specific or plastic specific or oil and petrochemical specific? And let's have Senka begin, please.
Okay. Well, at first I do not agree with Mr. Momir. I don't know if he's there, because he said, hello, sorry, because he said that young people want to have results very fast and want something that happen very fast. Because now I'm I'm feeling like a dinosaur, because I'm working almost 17 years with the rubber in production, so it's more or less it's a similar job through all these years. But in our technology, it's very important to learn about this process, and you need the time. So you cannot understand everything if you are there only a few months or 1 or 2 years. It's not enough time to make some good knowledge and skills. So at first, this commitment and time, it's very important for one technologist. Faculty is a great place, and the base is good. Maybe to add something new. For example, health and safety environment. We didn't have maybe the subject about this knowledge, and English. Me and a lot of my colleagues, but that was 17 years ago. Maybe today some students have the problem with the English, but that is something that you could learn after. But it's good to have when you finish the faculty. Others, we should be more familiar with the machine. So we are familiar with the process and with the chemistry, that is great, but with the machine, how machine work, what means the air supply, the power supply, what is encoder, why it's working on that way. Because now on my extrusion line, I have extruder, I have ovens, I have a spraying cabin with the coating, and I have a drilling. So a lot of different process and materials are the part of one line to get the one product. So the coating is something that is not familiar with the petrochemical engineering or with the rubber engineering. So maybe to mix all those technologies during the last years of the study, just to be closer maybe with this. But I really enjoy all these years on the faculty, and this is very great experience, and knowledge is good, but just maybe to add something new. And also what needs the student, maybe we have a good analysis skills, but maybe to how to say, to collect some data and to make some report, but reports to be more precise and more short. So Excel would be excellent. We do not need any special programs, just to have this analysis skills, how to make the reports to be more clear. So English, data analysis, and it was very good experience. For example, on my last year of studying, I go to some summer school, and it was good to meet people from other countries and to heard something new. So, and also the practice during the studying, it would be good to make a plan at the beginning of the year with the professors, to make a plan that students came to our factory and to make some practice, but with a plan. They can measure something, they can collect some data, they can solve how we measure some parameters, how we set some parameters, and just to be with the touch with the materials and to see this atmosphere in the production. It's not the same. Here it's very quiet and all are nice. Also students have to have some social skills which are very, very difficult to learn. It's how you...
Okay, thanks, Senka. Many valuable suggestions. How about you, Enrico? What kind of skills and competencies will be needed in the oil and petrochemicals processes? Are these R&D, technical, and what is specific for petrochemicals?
Well, sure, the answer is, I would say it's a right balance among specific sectorial, digital, green, and soft skills. We as Versalis attended a filling of a questionnaire distributed through CEFIC under the input of the ChemSkills project management, and we analyzed a few areas like technical and production, health and safety, commercial, health and safety, and innovation. And I would like to briefly report from this internal survey what were or are the main skills in the three areas that came out principally. In the technical and production, specific needs, for example, are required in chemical process design and chemical process control and monitoring, safety awareness, and material science. And that is coupled with the digital skills in network security, predictive models, and digital twin modeling and simulation. And as far as the green skills, for sure, the two most goals that have to be achieved are the analysis of the environmental impact and also, last but not the least, the energy efficiency. Because the longer term, you have to guarantee the economic sustainability of your industrial assets. As far as research and innovation is concerned, the upskill of competencies for sure are related to new processes and product development aligned to the new green targets. And in this case is required an expansion of the typical petrochemical culture to neighboring areas like biochemistry, enzymatic and microbial new processes, and together also with analysis and development of deep knowledge of agri-feedstocks. Because the new raw materials, especially when you have to pursue the bio-based approach, comes from the, say, wasted biomass, sugars, and vegetable oils. Then, as far as the green skill is concerned in these fields, definitely priority is giving also, talking about the recycling process, you have also to take in consideration new innovative schemes from recycling, either from mechanical and from chemical, and so everything is related to sorting, selection, and recycling, either from mechanical and from chemical is needed. In health and safety, areas emphasis of skill evolution is certainly in product stewardship, risk management, deeper understanding of substances of concerns, what I was mentioning before related to the project developed by EU concerning chemical strategy for sustainability. And as far as, but together and coupled with digital skills in managing, for example, blockchain for tracing life cycle assessment of products, of chemical products, in order to definitely certify in a correct way the safety of these products. But also using of big database and artificial intelligence in order to check, cross-link and relate data to assess the chemical compliance to new legal standards and to issue the related documents like life cycle assessment for new products, digital passports, and safety material data sheets. Last but not the least, commercial area, that is my area basically. In this case, the upskills in any case is required, and the customer relationship management for sure has to be further and progressively strengthened, together with market segmentation of the value chain, but also upskills negotiations capability in the ever complex world. Digital skills related to that for sure have to deal with analysis of big data, as mentioned also by the Italian report presented before, strengthening of SAP and order entry processes, and automation of logistics and supply chain. Last but not the least, as far as green competencies, in this case, in order to be able to sell and to give a value to the products, to the new sustainable products that we are going to sell, you need to present and to introduce also to the customers and to the market the so-called approach, the mass balance approach, the life cycle approach. That are the basis for the certification, the so-called EACEA+, that's basically guarantee the sustainability of the process and the products and give a value also in the end to the CO2 reduction emission of the product that you are going to put on the market.
Thanks, Enrico, for sharing this thorough analysis with us, and you've really thought out this carefully at first listen. So, Zoran, please, what are the skills and competencies that are needed in the plastics industry?
So, as my co-speaker just said, bringing this practical knowledge in the last year of the student life is really essential for the people to be able to immediately start their professional career after they complete the studies at any university. For that reason, a few years ago, Professor Branka Pilic started this initiative that we open one lab here at Novi Sad University, which we did together with our partners. So the students of mechanical faculty and the technology faculty in Novi Sad are able to turn their ideas and their projects into reality by using the latest, the best technology, injection molding, using some other auxiliary equipment that my colleague just said they are using in Cooper standards. So because I would argue that polymer converting can be really simplified into one black box where you put some inputs on one side, then you have some conversion, and then you have certain outputs. So this all has to make sense. So also for students, is like application engineers in most of the companies, they usually have only a wish list. And wish list is like when you are specifying the car, you like to put all the boxes, air condition, leather, everything, but somebody has to pay this in the end. So this awareness that there must be a certain economical logic behind any technology is one of the things that I think every student of technology, mechanical engineering, any kind of engineering, this set of skills they should have. So my suggestion, for example, to Professor Pilic would be to consider maybe having one small program on basis of economy. Because without this, students cannot really understand what does it mean to have not only, as I said, sustainable, but also economically correct and proven technology. One more thing is also important. All students must have these social skills, which are also important. You can be the best engineer, but if you cannot work in a team as a functional member of the team, you are nowhere. So bringing this awareness about social set of skills, which will save you not only in your profession, but also in your private life. And if school and university are also helping people to go through life more confident, this also small program on social skills, in the past we had the exam called sociology, but this was more like yes, very theoretical. But I mean this practical social skills, which is also something which is really important for the students in order to be successful not only in business but also in private life. And there is also one point which we learned at technology, Faculty of Technology in Novi Sad, and also later in my master studies at Oxford. This is like one word which is context. So any application also highly depends on the context. You can have the best car, but if the road is not right context. You can have the best sort of skills, but if you are in the wrong play field, it doesn't mean anything. So this context and thinking about wider perspectives, meaning where are you, how you can actually apply this, and should you apply it today or tomorrow or never, this is also something that students have to be aware. And this combination of social skills, context and economy together with technology that are the basis of any student, which will bring a nice set of skills and will actually support not only the lives of those students but also the companies and the communities they live in.
Thank you, Søren. Very important additions, the social skills and the team skills, and they are not usually taught. Yes. You're supposed to learn them by interacting with people, but not everybody does. Okay, I'm looking at the time and I think we need to move a bit faster, but there are still some questions to go. But this is kind of simple. You may have the answer or not, but if you look at your industry, and Zoran, it's your turn to begin, how do you estimate, how do you quantify the number of people needed, the skilled professionals? How many will you need in 5 to 10 years, and will there be enough of them?
So, back in 2018, there was a conference in Belgrade, and our panel was called From Brain drain to brain gain. And it was discussion about scarcity of people, and for some reason it seems that most of the European countries have this scarcity of skilled labor. Is it the carpenters or plumbers or engineers? It seems in any industry, in any division, there is actually a scarcity of skilled people. Discussing about AI, this is now very modern these days, and using the automation systems, using the robotics. So our colleagues from Greiner, we are one of their main suppliers. There is not one machine in their production without automation. But nevertheless, they know, like any other industry, probably Cooper Standard is the same. Sometimes they cannot achieve 99% efficiency because they don't have a person in a third shift to move box from here to there. And it's not possible to automate everything. It's not economically possible, but it's also not, there are limits in terms of technology. So I would argue that all of the industries and all points of life need more skilled labor. Of course, skilled labor is the key word, I would say, because there is this sentence, one that can do much better work than two that are forced to do that work. So this same goes also to the skilled people and unskilled people. And this is why the big groups, when they need a supplier, they always insist that second year the price should be reduced because the skill sets will be made during the first year. And these customers like to extract the value from the suppliers because they made their production more efficient.
I'm getting the feeling that your answer is that hard to quantify, but it's a lot.
Hard to quantify, exactly. And I would say it's not even fair to start quantifying because we would go into wrong direction. But I would say as our population is growing, as we have influx from the refugees coming to Europe, if we discuss about European market, we need more and more people, but I would say we need more skilled people, and this is why the universities and high schools are the right channel to produce this workforce.
Thank you. What about the rubber industry then, Senka?
Well, I'm not sure will we have enough engineers, but there is a very often practice in a lot of company that the people who are already working in the company, they are not engineers, they could be the operators, workers, or from some other professionals, but they, during the time, they learn how to work something, so they should be promoted to some position or to some, so that is also happened that the people
Internal promotion.
Yes, internal promotion. Yes, that is very often practiced in some of the companies. So.
Yeah, thanks. You brought up an important point here. It's the operators as well, the workers at the production that are also have to be considered, not only engineers.
Maybe not so high, but in his area, he maybe could be on some important place. It's not.
And Enrico, how about the oil and petrochemicals industry?
Unfortunately, in Europe, we already start from a shortage, endemic shortage of skills and competencies, not only at low but also high levels, and that is in several sectors. And unfortunately, if you look at the ranking, you see that the STEM, technical, and ICT are those skills that are missing more. They are top ranking. So that is a quite difficult recover that we have to apply, and that is also coupled with the fact that Europe and certain countries like Italy are in a sort of demographic declines, and some also weakening of the educational system. Not to mention also the disparity that is in the gender, especially in STEM. For example, I think the European average is 2 males against one lady. And in countries like in Italy, where only, I think, 25%, if I remember the statistics, of recent degree graduates comes from STEM. So there is a lot of things to do. I would say also that it's difficult to forecast what is needed in the next 5-10 years, but I think that if a project like this one, ChemSkills, is able to settle a good market intelligence database and monitoring and updating it on a regular basis, you can assess maybe every 2 or 3 years what are the needs for the next 2-3 years. In the longer term, it's quite difficult to assess because someone says that now the speed of the world moving is very, very fast and is in the hyperbolic curve.
Thanks, Enrico. Now we come to the last question before the questions from the audience. When we think of the adequate skills for the future industry, there is some kind of cooperation needed in order to secure the strategic skills and the competence for the sector. So I'm condensing and crystallizing a bit. Can you think of and make a suggestion for one form of cooperation that you would find important and make that kind of concrete suggestion? So let's start with Zoran, please.
In my opinion, the high school is the right moment to really channel young people into certain set of skills that will fit their capabilities, so that they should reach their prime of their lives. So not everybody is meant to be engineer, not everybody is meant to be operator at a machine, but I think some scouts, put it like this, like from the sports, should be in a high school checking with the right set of questions, simply checking the set of skills that young people have, and then guiding them into their direction. So this system called dual education that we are part of, which is very popular in Austria and Germany and Switzerland, it seems to be getting right results. It seems that people, young people that are actually staying 2 or 3 days per week in the companies are actually able to understand what is real life, what is working from 8 to 5, and then understanding this environment, and then through this dual education in any industry, not only now plastic industry, but in any other industry, they can really understand if they are meant to go to university or they should stay in the companies or at a level that gymnasium or the high school is actually providing. So this is, I think, the right way to combine already at the high school level industry, real life, and the high school, and it will actually allow young people to understand what should be the future path for them.
This is definitely essential, I would say. Yeah, Senka, please.
Well, the answers should be similar. From my point of view, I'm thinking only about the students because I'm maybe closer with them. So we can continue the cooperation with Professor Branca. So we can make some plan, not too long period, maybe the few days or something. We will make some agreement just to be with us, just to see how it looks like to be technologists in some rubber industry. Maybe they are not interested in that. Maybe they will found that they want to work something with plastic or with oil or something else. But it would be nice just to feel the atmosphere in the production, because it's really different than on the faculty and with the people like we are here. So
in the office.
Yes, in the office.
Sounds fascinating. Enrico, please.
Yeah, but for sure, many times we have discussed here today a closer interaction between Industrial Federation, university, and industry has to be promoted more closer than done up to now. A seeding starting also from secondary school, either through university or even industry representatives, in order to try to transmit some knowledge, but also enthusiasm to the future students of the higher levels. Contemporarily, I would say I am a European contributor. My tax goes to Italian government, but also to European, and I would pretend that the money that each country gives to the Europe would spend in a good way. So I suggest a stricter accountability of these funds are invested, but these you can do only if you implement a mapping. So I think that this skill intelligence map and survey that the ChemSkills project is trying to develop is a good way, because if you start, first of all, you have to map, then you have to decide how to act, and then to check if the money you have invested has been invested in the right way.
Right, thanks Enrico. Now I'm looking at Anni and asking whether we have still a couple of minutes for some questions from the audience.
Yes, we do have 5 minutes, so we can gladly take some questions from the audience.
And please indicate to whom of the panelists you would like to ask the question.
Marta.
Thank you very much. Marta Conti from the European Tire and Rubber Manufacturers Association. I have my question actually for all three, but maybe Mrs. Jeftik, more for you since you are from the industry. It was very interesting this morning to learn from the University of Milan that one of the skills that is most important for the transformation in the companies is, and I go back to the slide, I took a picture of it, chemical and mechanical recycling, which is something that the tire industry has been working on for years now. And I see as I go around Europe and look at different sites, there are more and more investments that are being made to make it possible and to make it economically strong enough to be a real future for our industry. At the same time, we have legislation that is being made that also goes in that direction, to increase the amount of materials, recycled materials, maybe not reused in tires, because we know that closed loop is very difficult, as you were explaining, but also in other industries. So my question to you is, how do we ensure that skills and education are ahead of the curve? So we see the curve coming, so there is more need of recycled materials, there is needs that have been monitored of these skills. How do we make sure that the skills are there once the processes and the industry will be ready to take this on massively, because there will be a massive need of these recycled raw materials. So there will be the market for it, but maybe there will not be enough being produced. So how do we make sure we have the skills ahead of the time? And the presentation that was also made before of all these ESG legislations that are coming. You have just explained that there are skills that are emerging because of this new legislation and compliance that is needed. Again, how do we make sure these skills are on the market before all of these legislations come to implementation and companies need these skills for their workers?
Okay,
Thank you.
For the question. Let's take the answer.
Okay, so regarding recycling, I already tell that it's very difficult with the rubber. For example, in tire industry, we had a trial that we put less than 10% in the rubber compound of reclaimed tire. It's a rubber powder. So we are making the tires with this compound, and the result was good. So that is the one way for the recycling. Also, and now currently in the sealing industry, we grind it, as I said, and burn it, or making the starting floor. So it depends of the company. So one engineer can have engineering skills, but the company politics is how to treat the waste, what to do with them. So I don't know. We have, let's say, not only the rubber, but the other waste, we separate them, we transport to the factories that are recycling also this waste and so on. But maybe to add some subject on the faculty, just to add some addition regarding the health and safety environment, so the student will be close with the energy saving, with the time saving, with the material saving. So that is.
Okay, thanks, Senka. Now I'm looking at the time, and I think we need to make space for the next panel. So please thank the panelists for their insightful contributions.
Indeed. Thank you for a very topical, interesting panel. For all the panelists, thank you for joining us in Novi Sad today. And then indeed we are going to move on to the next panel, which is going to be about ChemSkills. 1 year into ChemSkills, what have we achieved? What are the green and digital skills and training needs in the chemical industry? We're going to discuss some preliminary results with our work package leadership. So there's Fredrik Arses from Petrochemicals, Europe and CEFIC. Then we have Anke Blume from University of Twente, and we have Kristina Svensson from ICAM in Sweden, moderated by Eleonora Isapo, my colleague from the ECEG. Welcome.
The ladies section here. The ladies. Take the stage. Yes. So, is it working? It's on. Okay. Good early afternoon, everyone. Eleonora Isapo from the European Chemical Employers Group. I will be moderating this last panel, which I think is the most difficult panel because it's the one keeping you away from the lunch break. So we will try to keep it lively and hopefully you are not starving. So the idea of the panel was indeed to give you some concrete example of what's going on in the ChemSkills project. And therefore, we decided to invite 3 of the work package leaders in our project. So we have Fredrik Artens, it's good, okay, from work package 10. Then we have Anke Blume from the University of Twente, work package 4, and Kristina Svensson from ICAM, work package 9. So without further ado, I would give the floor to the speakers. Maybe we start with Kristina, and then Anke, and then Fredrik to do a round of presentation. Please introduce yourself, your organization, and also the work package that you are leading. All right, I'm first out. Yes, as Eleonora said, my name is Kristina, and I come from ICAM, which is the Swedish employers organization. And we are representing 1,200 companies, 70,000 employees. And my background is I'm a biochemist, and I'm also a travel writer. This is my first time in Serbia, very excited. It looks very interesting, and so much looking forward to our walk later. And in ChemSkills, I am leading work package 9, which is dealing with the subsector pharmaceutical.
Okay, then I will continue. Yeah, thank you for the kind introduction already. My name is Anke Blume. I am working at the University of Twente, which you can find in the Netherlands. That's one of the 4 technical universities. And here I'm the head of the chair of elastomer technology and engineering. So yes, I'm deeply connected to the rubber industry. But I'm also deeply connected to the education, not only at the university, but also in the previous project, in the DRICE project, where we developed already trainings, but in this frame for the automotive industry. And yeah, we are leading the work package 4, which is a work package where we really have to develop all the new trainings where we are heading for the greener and digital skills.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Frederik Ertzens, and I'm the representative for Petrochemicals Europe, a CEFIC industry group. Petrochemicals Europe has approximately 70 members. We are turning around 145 billion euros in turnover. One of the members who was here on the previous panel, Enrico, is a proud representative also of the industry. And I'm together with Angelina, I'm here representing the industry group. Work package 10, so that is our focus area, petrochemicals specifically, and be happy to share some more insights on the progress of our work later on. So nice to meet you.
So thank you, everyone. So first question, so we have said 1 year has passed since the beginning of the ChemSkills project. We would like to hear from you which have been already the main results that have been achieved in this year, which kind of progresses have been made in this first year, and why actually you consider also this already important for the project. So maybe now we start from Anke, then Frederik, then Christina. So we change a little bit the order, okay? Please, Anke.
Yes, sure. We are, first of all, when you start such a big project, the most important thing, even when it's not written down, is to get into contact with each other, to get an overview, which are the training providers, so which is the task of which partner. And yes, of course, that was part from the first year, but we also, defined all the requirements for the trainings, so that we considered, how can we judge now really these trainings which we will develop. And before we start to develop new trainings, we should learn first what are the existing trainings. So when in the other work package, when we define then which skills, and we heard already a lot, which skills are needed to be covered now in the future, which skills should be covered by new trainings, we should be first aware which trainings are already offered. And that is exactly what we did. In the first year, we have evaluated now and collected all the different trainings from the partners, but also from connected partners. We have now identified 32 trainings, which are already available. And this can be taken now in the next phase. Then when we identify which new trainings which we need, then we can directly check maybe something is already existing.
Thank you. Frederik?
Yeah, I think from the work package 10 perspective, the progress is good over the past year. So what we have done is, and I must say also we are pretty privileged in the sense that what Anke just mentioned about finding partners, we were actually at the source of information. As Petrochemicals Europe, we have the largest petrochemical operators in our board, which is obviously facilitating access to information, clearly. From that, we got their buy-in basically by presenting the ChemSkills project. First and foremost, you need to make sure that everyone is understanding what this is about and what the objectives are, and we made that very clear approximately in November 2023. And then we actually co-drafted with the other work packages the survey and circulated to what we call focal members, who are people actually within the petrochemicals operations who can then distribute this survey to then actually people on the ground in different kind of departments of every petrochemical industry operator. The results from that survey have been collected over summer and basically put into a draft report. And then for us, the idea is that we then test the findings of this survey with people on the ground, again, through what we call targeted interviews, making sure that everyone is agreeing on the findings that we have collected. And this will be as part of a conference that I'm attending in October, so with the ethylene producers. So it's let's say a segment of the petrochemical operations. And there we will try to get as granular details as possible of people what they see as skills needs and skills gaps, and what actually should be done very concretely in terms of what should be my next training program in the next years if I want to have this industry a bit more circular and a bit more digital. That is actually what the progress and the next steps that we have in mind.
Yeah, and I agree with you. We have made a good start. We've been up and running for a year. In Work Package 9, we've started with doing a very solid summary of all the other projects and research that's already done, because there are many similar initiatives out there, and we want to make sure that we're not doing exactly the same thing as have already been done before. So we collected that, and we have also run a couple of workshops talking to people from different companies. And one thing they stressed is that it's important that training is flexible, because people don't have a lot of time to spend on training today, and it's good if they can do it digitally, and so they don't have to leave. One other lesson is that young people that specialize in sustainability today, they don't see pharmaceutical industry as their first choice for a career. So this is something that we as an industry need to communicate, what the industry can offer, and the importance of sustainability in our industry. And this connects a little bit to the things we've said already several times today, with the importance of STEM and going into younger, reaching out to younger people.
Thank you so much. So, Anke already mentioned that the first thing that has been done is to get in contact with the other project partners, because indeed it's a big consortium. We are a lot of people involved in this project. So I think this was also one of the main challenges at the beginning. So my next question to you is indeed, which have been the challenges that you faced in this first year of the project, and what lessons are learned, and how you have kind of overcome these challenges. So maybe now I will start with Frederick, then we take the other round.
I think it's important that we ask the questions right to the people that we're circulating a survey to, and I think that's been quite of a challenge, but we've overcome this challenge for sure through cooperation. But that is critical to make sure that the people you are asking the time to respond to a questionnaire, that they get the right questions, and that they get questions that they can respond to as well, which is not always easy. Bearing in mind that you have all kinds of confidential pieces of information, what is my undertaking and my enterprise already doing, and what can I share, what can I not share, etc. And so for us to distinguish between, okay, what is going to be part of this public section, let's say, the survey, and then what are we going to keep for a more confidential section, an interview section, if you like, in which people can speak up more freely about what they see as the skills needs, and where currently the industry is a bit lagging behind because it's not up to speed with the trends. I think that is a challenge that we are still working on. But in what concerns the survey, I think we've done our fair share there, and I think there was a common exercise that ended well, eventually. So, is that a response to your question? Yeah.
Okay, I can just sort of say I completely agree with that one. We have had the same experience. A lot of pharmaceutical companies, they don't want to respond. They think that there is an issue with having certain type of questions. They don't want to answer that, because then they think that that is confidential information, and you can find out who has answered it. So that is obviously a challenge. And I mean, I think that if I'm looking at pharmaceutical, we have a big challenge, because I think that obviously everyone thinks that their subsector is the most special and interesting. But one of the challenges with pharma is that our products take such a long time to develop, and there's so many different specialists involved, and we can't cover them all. So it's sort of deciding on which part of the process are we going to focus on. And another challenge we have is that we have quite a lot of large companies, like really, really huge. And you probably heard about the the Danish company, which, I mean, Denmark can't even buy it because it's so prosperous at the moment. And on the other hand, we have the really, really tiny companies, often connected to university or hospitals that are developing drugs. So we have, that is a bit of a challenge, but we are trying to overcome it by choosing and specializing on focusing on certain parts of the pharmaceutical value chain.
And when I now focus a bit more to the challenges in Work Package 4, where we have to develop these trainings, then one of the challenges is for sure to speak one language, so that we have all the common understanding with all the words which you can read, job occupation, skills, and job role, so that you have a clear picture, okay, what does it mean? So what is also exactly the task? How should a training look like? What is the idea behind? And then when we look also to each partner, there are different roles in a work package for their training providers, and it's logical, okay, they will provide the training, but they need to learn a common language. The others, they are supporters, they have different roles, and it's also a challenge to find the exact role of each partner, so that you are not only part of the consortium, but that you have a very clear picture what you should do. Even when you have a project description, but to fill it with life is a different level, and that can be quite challenging. We are facing currently this challenge, and I think we are on a good way, but we really should keep this in mind that, it's a challenging task.
Indeed, I think, well, everyone here is doing his best to overcome all the little challenges that may emerge during this journey, let's say. My next and last question, because I would like to actually give some time to the audience also to ask you questions. What are the next steps? Some has been already mentioned by you, but what is, let's say, the next main task in your work package? And here we will, I lost the turn, maybe we restart with Christina and then we follow.
Well, there are obviously several things we're doing. Well, one thing is that we're going to be here for another 24 hours, and I'm really looking forward to connecting with all my colleagues to see how we can collaborate to move forward. In Work Package 9, we are working on revised questions to the next year survey for the next year, the kind of questions we need to ask from the pharmaceutical industry in order to help you guys develop training and make sure what kind of training is it that isn't already available and that you can develop. So that is one thing. And another thing that everyone here probably is discussing is the safe and sustainability by design and that framework, and how can that be used. So I think that is as two things, and then sort of just continue talking to representatives from the industry. That's our main work at the moment.
I think the first year, especially when you look to all the individual work packages, then it was more to establish a common ground, the starting point. But now, we should move forward, and here we have also to connect all the different pieces which we have now collected. For example, we have done the survey, we have done in Work Package 3, but we have also done the desk research in Work Package 5 to 10, so the individual sector-related work packages. And now it's time that you evaluate this in the Work Package 5 to 10, that you see, okay, which are really the needs, and then you compare it with the outcome from Work Package 4, which are the existing trainings, and then we are able to define, okay, these are the trainings which we would like to develop. But then we have to check, okay, which are the training providers? Can we develop all the trainings, or what is possible? And with this definition, which we hopefully establish now soon in the second year, we can then start in work package 4 to develop the trainings. And for this, we have already established the platform, the training platform. We will use the Moodle platform that is kindly provided from University of Ostrava. So we have a good experience with this. And then we want also to emphasize all partners to develop very attractive trainings. We have heard already today a lot about how the youth responds to different form of trainings. But we should also cover the needs of the older generation, that they are responding to different forms of training. So make it very interactive, attractive, and that is possible on the Moodle platform. But we want also to connect and to collect a lot of ideas in the heads of the training providers, that we also are able now in the following remaining years to develop really attractive trainings and not just listening to somebody who is talking about some slides and that was it.
And I think this is a very good point, the fact that the adaptability of the platform to the different needs of the people who needs to be trained or retrained for the future. Frederick, please.
Yeah, I think in terms of next steps, what is work package 10 concerned, I think we are looking at, and in this respect I actually remember the words of the Commission official in our very first meeting in September 2023, who said, I'm expecting something out of the box and something granular, not something I can find by Googling. So that means we have a task to do. That means we have to come up with something which is not you cannot find on Google. Well, good luck with that.
Very difficult.
Yeah.
Or in ChatGPT.
So there's two things that come to mind, and Enrico pointed to it already, is blockchain. We've seen blockchain coming up as a technology that in the way it is applied right now will need some skill sets from the people on the ground. If you look at life cycle analysis, which is required by regulation, very important. So how are you going to implement that in the company? And then secondly, safe and sustainable by design chemicals. What is the level of skills necessary across chemical operations? This is something that we will need to develop further, very concretely, and to the point that Anke made, what are the training programs needed in order for these people to be rightfully skilled? So this will be part of our next step. This will be part of hammering it out. I don't put my hand into fire that this will be eventually the thing that we will be working on. This is just right now top of our mind. If you look at the survey responses we've seen, and also if you look at the feedback we're getting from the membership. So in terms of next steps, this is where we're probably heading to.
Thank you so much. I'm now turning to the audience to see, are there any questions to our speakers? No questions? Then I have another one for you. So that maybe it's a bit early for this question to find a reply, but how do you expect the ChemSkills project and also the results that you are producing in your work package to have an impact for our industry in the future and for future generation? Anke, please.
Yeah, I think that is that should be the overall goal. That we can say after this development of trainings, that maybe now somebody in the production who's just working normally at a specific machine, but then he or she realizes, oh, I can improve it. Maybe I can save energy. Maybe I can improve it also in a digital way. I think when we implement this idea in all the heads, also not only in the higher level, but really on all the different levels of workers, that thanks to the trainings, the people, they have such an idea, then we could really say, yo, we were successful.
Yes, I think that depends on the level of engagement and commitment from the people on the ground. So what we are really trying to do is to basically involve our members, regardless the seniority level or the actual occupational profile,
but at every level we try to involve them in the development of this project, going from responding to a survey to providing or making themselves available for an interview to actually co-drafting policy recommendations. So it's really at all levels, and then if people are involved, I think the project's outcome will be successful. Because if the level, if you're committed to engage yourself and to spend time and resources into it, I think you want to see the fruit of your hard work. And I think that's where the recipe for success lies. At least that's my deepest hope.
Okay, well, there's two ways of seeing a project like this. It's like, oh no, another European funded project with lots of people sitting in a room and shuffling papers. Or it is, yeah, here is lots of people getting together, meeting, exchanging ideas, and this is moving things forward. Perhaps not a lot, but there are, us sitting here, you sitting there, us yesterday having drinks and seeing that fantastic dance set. We are talking and we're meeting and we are exchanging ideas. And this, I'm an optimist here. I think that this is moving things slightly forward. And I think that what we've heard several times today is that the importance of the industry and the university and other training providers have an exchange of ideas. We had, in one of our workshops, we had a guy and he said that, okay, his son is now studying at the same university as he did 25 years ago and is getting exactly the same education. And it's quite a lot of facts. And the facts, that is something that you actually can look into a book or Google when you need them. But we've heard from the previous panel, social skills or the skill of finding new facts and we also had the Serbian guy with Anna Karenina in the beginning. Speed is also a strategy. So I think that this is the kind of things that young people need to learn, and they need to have much more contact with industry to see how it is and what's needed to work in the industry. So I'm an optimist.
Thank you so much. And Christina, I hope that everyone are embracing the second option that you described and not the first one. So if there are no other questions from the audience, yes, there is one. Jakob, please.
Yes, sorry to maybe prolong it and that lunch will be later, but you know, I was trying to avoid to comment because I'm spoiled a lot, because I'm of course very happy that this project is running and as one of the architects of this project to see, of course, after the first year, the great movement and of course the first results and the mindset of people, and I cannot agree more what was said now, that we have to be enthusiastic and we have to really get ourselves into the project and try to change the world together. And that's one of the things that I believe that is very important to strengthen, that is a collaboration of industry. We said university, I would enlarge it to the education and training providers at all levels. I would enlarge it that we are looking at the education and new ways and new paradigm in the education and training as such, from the kindergarten to your continuous and lifelong learning education. But it's also social partners that plays an important role in this transition, and we have them as a coordinator of this project as well and on board. It's also regions and transformation on the regional level. If we jump throughout the member states, and we have also the chemical networks on board, and we have also this as an important level of the transformation. And maybe also it's to do not have it as a command only, but to have it as a question. And we have already said it, yeah, because we have heard that it took, of course, 1 year to get on board, to get everybody to have the same mindset. And it was already the question from Eleonora earlier, but I see the sustainability of this work as a very important part, yeah. And sustainability in terms of of course, how this will continue, because you can see how we are covering the map of Europe. And this is not just one-shot project. This is the project that is from the Blueprint family. And sorry to allow me to be long, but I'm at the beginning in this Blueprint family. It was mentioned also DRICE and other projects that I was involved with. And it's very important that this project is the blueprint for the future collaboration in that. From that goes, for instance, the Pact for Skills and the collaborations around it. But it should build the basis that we will further update. What are the needs? Where we go? We will update the training courses, we will update the needs, and we will collaborate in future. And to the question, is that the correct understanding? What are your visions of the future? What are your visions and wishes? How the project will continue and how this collaboration will further develop? Thank you.
Who would like to reply?
Well, as I mentioned, I think the success of this project depends to a very large extent to the added value that you can provide to the people who are actually you're asking time and energy from. In other words, why should I respond to a questionnaire? Why should I make myself available for an interview? Why should I cooperate in drafting recommendations to policymakers? You need to be able to explain what ChemSkills is about. How does this help your organization in meeting the Antwerp Declaration's ambition, for instance, just to name something very concrete? How does that help you in your career, even? If you are able to say, like, I've been participating in this project, and look, here's a training program 3 years later that is ready for the next generation to use. If you're able to explain that, then I think this project is sustainable, and then this project has delivered. But that is the task upon work package leaders and whoever is involved in the project, to be able to explain that, to articulate that, to make it very crystal clear what is this for. And that is not just an EU-funded thing, which is about people thinking and talking a lot, but this is also set to deliver something very concrete. And then I'm looking at Anke, a training program. Very simple.
Yeah, and here the challenge directly starts. Of course, when we develop now trainings, it should not be a program 4 years and then it's done. No, to make it attractive, the program has to keep up to date. And then it's always a good question, with which money? So there are now different ideas already brought up. So we have now to evaluate in parallel that we develop the training, also possibilities, we had all the sustainability discussion, how to keep it on track. How to make it attractive also for the training providers to keep the training updated, that we can say also in 10 years this training is really up to date. And when we discuss digital and green skills, that is for sure something which should be updated, and we need the update on a very regular basis. Otherwise, we will be really behind the time. And that is also the wish for the future, that you had already some ideas, we have discussed several ideas, but that we implement it. And I think that this would be the highest goal, that also can you tell your industry in the future, yes, we have still these trainings and they are completely up to date, go for it. And maybe we can also include the young generation by YouTube videos, that they see something and say, wow, that's attractive, even the pharmaceutical industry or the rubber industry, of course. But that should be the way. That should be a starting point, or not just a finished 4 years break and that was it.
Yeah, I'm just sort of completely agree with what two of you said. That is, that's the vision.
Thank you. So, well, I fully agree with what you say, actually. I think one of the main strengths of this project is not only in the number of project partners, but mostly on the variety of actors and stakeholders that are involved, social partners, industry representative, regions, education providers. So I think this is like the good way to create a network which can ensure also the sustainability of the project, even beyond the duration of the project and beyond the budget that the Commission allows to us. So with this, I will close the panel and give back the floor to Annie. And Thank you so much to our speakers.
Thank you so much, ChemSkills panel. Now it's me who's standing between you and lunch. And several colleagues already sort of stole my closing remarks, so I can only agree to what Christina and Jakub and Fredrik and Anke said about what this project is about. I think we have two main points here. We need to make this more than something on paper to the Commission, obviously, and then to the industry, that we actually try and supply new skills, green, digital, and skills for the chemical strategy of sustainability for. And then obviously we need to be able to link the educational sector from the small ones basically to the academia with this project and with its objectives in order to make it sustainable, because I think it's only starting from the small ones and then developing it through to the whole educational system together with the industry that we can actually then make the objectives of the whole project happen. And I think this is the beauty of it, but also the challenge of it. And then we only have 4 years. But like everybody here said, we need to make sure somehow to make this sustainable, and this is something that I have at least, and I think a lot of people already have raised to the European Commission as well, that this is an issue. We have funding for 4 years, we have wonderful people coming together, we have a project connecting people, as we tend to say in Finland, and we have a wonderful consortium with lots of expertise, lots of very smart people coming up with solutions, and then we sort of just throw it away. Or we kind of have these results and then it's done and closed. And this is not how it's supposed to be. So this is maybe something that we should think about and try and figure out different kinds of solutions for that. I think we have had a wonderful morning and part of afternoon, and meanwhile also Brussels gave us news that there's a commissioner for skills and people and preparedness now for the next term in the European Commission. So we can at least hope to build bridges towards the Commission even more strongly now that there's a commissioner that's especially taking care of skills. And let's make sure that we will then build some strong messages also towards them in order to make this a very, very successful project and think beyond the box as they kind of instructed us from the beginning. So I would like to especially thank all the Serbian speakers and guests that we had in this seminar. I'm really, really glad we managed to build a link to the local industry here, and I think this is something that we should continue doing in our next conferences, public conferences. The next one is going to be in Italy in about 1 year. So there's a lot of pressure now in in the network to make it an equally great success, and I'm not doubting that it's going to be a success, because this was a great start to a public conference. And then I would like to again thank our Serbian hosts for organizing such a great morning and part of afternoon, and obviously a great thank to the whole network to have made this happen in Serbia. So thank you very much. Let's give us a collective applause. And of course, thank our guests online. Thanks for joining, everybody. And then there's going to be a picture of all the speakers, at least. Am I right? Everybody. Everybody.
So, I understand you are hungry. I also very hungry, but please, let's give us one more meeting, and we try to take a group picture.
Yes, and as in terms of a small notification from my side, there's an unfortunate overlap after the lunch. So Chiara and I will be in the advisory board meeting together with Elisa and the advisory board members. So you have to start without us. I think you will do just fine, but just to let you know that it's nothing